Morning.
Good morning.
Very good. Everyone be seated. By a show of hands, anybody do a snow angel this weekend? Thank you. Anybody else? Nothing? All right. You didn't play in the snow? All right. I know it's not a lot, but thank you for all coming back. I realize it was a longer weekend. We're going to get started. We'll have a decently long day today, but I appreciate everyone being here. With that being said, this is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment number 1902-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Judge Chris Decker, Assistant Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Mastalone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Andy Murray, also for Mr. Caneiro.
All right, good morning, everyone, and good morning, Mr. Caneiro.
Later on.
All right. I believe what we're going to be doing right now, this is mental telepathy that I think of what the prosecutor is about to tell me, is that we're going to stop our witness, correct? We're going to take another witness at a turn. Sometimes we have to take witnesses at a turn for scheduling issues. We're going to get back to Detective Zerillo in a little while, but I just wanted you to know that we're going to take probably at least 2 witnesses at a turn, and then we'll come back to him. So we'll do that now. Prosecutor, call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Dr. Boris Volstein.
Okay. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You come right on up, come around here, just watch your step. Once you stand up by the witness stand there's a Bible there. If you could put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Once you get seated and you're comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is Boris Volstein, Boris Volstein.
All right. Thank you, sir. And what I'm just going to ask for you, just please make sure you keep your voice up because jurors number 15 and 16 in the back there, they need to be able to hear you. Okay, sir?
No problem.
Thank you. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir. Can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a plastic surgeon here in Monmouth County.
Okay. Now I want to take your attention back to November of 2018. Can you tell us where you were living at that point in time?
I lived at 2 Evergreen Lane in Colts Neck.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention specifically to around noon, November 20th, 2018. Do you remember approximately where you were?
Yes, I was on my way to Trenton, New Jersey to meet with Department of Business and Insurance.
Do you recall whether or not you received some sort of communication which kind of forced you to turn around?
Yes.
Can you, without telling us exactly what was said to you, can you just tell us the circumstances of that?
I was on my way to Trenton to meet with state officials, and as I was going on a Dutch lane right around the circle, I received a phone call from my landscaper concerned about smoke coming from my neighbor's house.
And did he specifically indicate, you don't have to tell us, but did he specifically indicate to you whether or which neighbor that was?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you just describe your location in relation to that neighbor's house, like the connection between the 2 properties?
Our properties are adjacent. We have a fence separating us, several hundred feet. We live in a subdivision, and his house is immediately outside of subdivision, but we share the same border.
And based upon that phone call from your landscaper, can you tell us what, if anything, you did?
The landscaper was concerned that somebody, most likely Keith, was burning leaves in the back of the barrel behind the house, and he was concerned that he was going to get fined by the township. He tried to reach him. He couldn't, and asked me to see if I can help. And so I made phone calls to Jen and Keith. Nobody responded. So I turned around because I was nearby and decided to see if I can see what's going on.
Okay. So you first referenced somebody named Keith, correct?
Yes.
And who's Keith?
Keith is Mr. Caneiro,
Okay. And Jennifer is who?
his wife.
Okay. And did you know them personally?
I did.
Okay. Now, you said, I believe you said you reached out, made phone calls to the two of them?
Yes.
And were you able to connect?
No.
Okay. Did you, at that point in time, did you respond anywhere specifically?
I'm sorry, can you clarify?
I'm sorry. After you couldn't reach Keith and after you couldn't reach Jen, did you go anywhere?
Yes, I went to their house.
Okay. Can you tell us what, if anything, or what your observations were when you got to the house?
There was nothing unusual in the front of the house. I just saw barely a little smoke coming from the back of the house. That's all I saw at that time.
When you got to the property, and that's 15 Willow Brook, is that accurate?
Correct.
Did you pull in the driveway, or where'd you park?
I pulled on the driveway,
Okay.
right in front of the house.
Okay. Did you get out of your car?
I did.
And where did you specifically go?
I went to the left side of the house because the house was positioned in such a way there was a swimming pool behind it, and it was easier to walk on the left around the swimming pool to see what's happening behind the house.
And did you go to the back based upon what you were told by your landscaper?
Yes.
Okay. Once you went around the back, did you make any observations of any smoke or anything like that?
I did. I expected to see Keith in a big barrel of burning leaves. There was nobody there, and the smoke was coming not from the barrel, but coming from underneath the balcony, underneath the house.
Okay. Now, once you made that observation of the smoke, did you go anywhere else?
Yes, I went to the front of the house.
Okay. What happened when you went to the front of the house?
I opened the service entrance door.
Okay. When you say the service entrance door, can you describe for us where that is?
The house has main doors, and they usually were locked. When I brought my daughter to play, because Sophia and my daughter were playing quite a bit together, I would take my daughter through this service door, which was on the right of the main entrance, which was usually open.
Now, did you open that door?
I did.
Okay, what happened when you opened the door?
There was very thick clouds of smoke coming from the inside.
What did you do then?
I yelled to see if anybody was inside. Nobody responded. The clouds were so thick I couldn't even enter. So I went back to my car and called 911.
Okay. Now, once you called 911, did you stay near your car or did you go other places?
I was actually getting into the vehicle, and I have a truck, so I was getting up on the step, and as I turned, I saw a body in front of the house, in the bushes.
Were you, if you recall, were you on the phone with the 911 operator when you made that observation?
I was.
Okay. And based upon that observation, did you go anywhere?
I went closer to the body to see what it was, and I was with operator on the phone. And at that point, I described everything, was instructed to leave the location because of possibility of somebody still being on the property, and I did.
Now, the things that you just described about your observations of the body, did you describe those to the 911 operator?
I believe I described that I saw the body laying there, and that's all the extent of it.
Okay. And have you reviewed that 911 call prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And based upon your review of that, did you believe it accurately captured your phone call with 911 that morning, that day?
I do.
Let me approach.
Okay.
Doctor, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S96 for identification. Do you see what that is?
It's a disc with a recording of 911 phone call, my name on it.
Okay. And again, you said that you reviewed that 911 call and that it was accurate?
Correct.
Judge, I just asked for permission to play the 911 call.
Any objection?
No.
You can.
Thank you, Judge.
Hello?
Hi, I didn't hear your
Hello.
name or what you're reporting, sir. What are you reporting?
Okay, fire.
Where?
Willow Brook Lane,
Where?
Willow Brook Road,
What's the
Colts
address?
Neck.
Okay, what's the address?
I think it's 40, I don't know, I think it's 44 Willowbrook.
What's on fire?
This,
What is on fire?
the house.
Where do you see flames coming from?
I see the smoke from behind. I pulled out my neighbors from behind me. I opened the door, and there is a smoke's coming out, and there's a person laying down
Where are they laying down?
on the property
Can you get over
in
to
front
them?
of the house.
All right, get over
Yes,
to
I'm coming over.
Okay.
Oh my God, there's blood here. It's a corpse.
It's what?
It's dead.
What's dead?
Somebody is dead here.
Okay, sir, you need to get to a safe area. Hold on a second. Sir, are you getting into a safe area?
I'm leaving the property.
What is the house number?
I think.
Are you able to see it on your way?
Let me get to the parking. Let me get to the. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. It's. I'm sorry. It's 15.
Okay, it is number 15. Okay. Give me your name again, sir.
It's 15. Get over there, and I see the body on the premises.
Yes, I told them. Just keep everybody away from that, okay? What is your name, sir?
All right.
What is your
My
name?
name is Boris Volstein.
Can
My
you
name
spell-
is Boris Volstein.
Can you spell it for me?
V-O-L.
Yeah.
Okay, VOLSHTEYN, and I am at 2 Evergreen Lane.
Okay,
I'm right behind them.
all right, now what is Volstein your first name or last name?
Okay, Boris is my first name.
Boris,
Volstein
okay.
is my
Okay.
last name.
Okay, what's your phone number? And what's your house number on Evergreen?
Okay, listen, I really don't have time. I'm sorry. I need time to get on the property. Please send somebody.
They're already en route.
Doctor, did that accurately capture the 911 call like you said that day?
It does.
Now, after making that 911 call, or actually after the end of the 911 call, where'd you go?
I parked my car across the street on the property, on a curb, and awaited arrival of police and fire.
And did they ultimately respond to that location?
They did.
Okay. Did you have any other contact with any other neighbors around that time?
I think I had a contact with my neighbor, Kathy, whose house I parked in front, but it's been a while, so.
Okay. And where did Kathy live specifically in relation to 15 Willowbrook?
She is right across the street, 15 and 44 across the street from each other.
Just going to approach with S1C, slide 31, 131. Doctor, I'm just going to show you a photograph. It's S1C, slide 131. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes,
And what does that show?
it shows the body laying on the grass.
Okay, is that essentially, does that look like what you discovered on November 20th, 2018 on the front yard of 15 Willow Brook?
Yes.
Okay. Could I just, permission to publish briefly?
No objection.
Can I just have slide S1C 131 briefly? Doctor, is that the photograph that you just identified?
Yes.
Okay, and is that essentially or similar condition to the way you found the body that you described on the call?
Yes.
Okay, and just to be real clear, when you first encountered that body, did you specifically identify who it was?
No.
Okay, how come?
I presumed, I thought I knew who it was, but I didn't know for sure.
Okay, you can take that down, thank you. Now, just lastly, once the police arrived on scene, did you have any contact with any police officers?
I think I spoke to somebody, but I don't remember who.
Do you recall whether or not you provided some of that information to the police officers?
I believe so.
And ultimately, did you see the police officers approach the body that you found on the lawn?
I did not see that.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Ross?
Morning, Doctor. I want to clarify a couple of things that you mentioned. So originally, you mentioned during your testimony that you had initially assumed that Keith might be in his backyard burning leaves in a big barrel.
Yes.
Is that a big barrel that you had seen before?
There was a barrel behind the house next to the pool that I've seen, yes.
And is it something that you've seen him use before?
Yes, I know that sometimes he would burn the leaves in a barrel.
And you mentioned that your daughter was friends with Sophia, Keith's daughter?
Yes,
So you've been to the house before?
yes.
And were you familiar with Claudia?
No.
When you saw what we now know as Keith's body lying on the ground, did you also notice a cell phone there?
I did.
And you had tried to call Jennifer and Keith, or just Jennifer?
Both.
Both. And obviously they didn't answer, right?
No.
You with a few photos. I'm going to start with what's been marked as D1-320 and D1-321. Sir, do you recognize, showing you photographs of, would you agree this is 15 Willow Brook?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see your vehicle, I'm just wondering, do you see your vehicle in these photos? The vehicle you were driving at the time?
I think this is my vehicle.
That one, okay. And would this be the same one?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a fair depiction of what your vehicle looked like at the time, right? This is actually from that day? Do you
Yes.
recognize the responders? Okay. Permission to publish?
No objection.
So I'm going to start with D1-321. Sir, is that your vehicle that we see in the photograph?
I believe so.
And do you recognize the other person in that photo too? Is that your neighbor?
Possibly, I
Kathy?
cannot, it looks similar, but I cannot see the facial
You're
features.
unsure. Okay. Can I just ask you to circle your vehicle? There's a, and maybe just put like a BV for Boris Volstein. Perfect. Can we capture that? I'm going to show you.
D1-321.1.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you 1-320 as well. There's an undo button at the bottom right-hand corner.
On the right.
There you go. You just hold it down. So I'm showing you what's been marked as D1-320, and this is after a few responders arrived that day, correct?
Yes,
You can see the police vehicles, and it looks like maybe an ambulance or an EMS truck.
correct.
Are you able to, can you just circle your vehicle in this card, in this, thank you, and put your initials as well? Can we capture that one?
This is D1-320.1.
Sir, I'm going to approach you with a few more photographs. These are first, I'm going to show what's already been published to the jury. It's D1-301. Sir, do you recognize this photograph as 15 Willow Brook?
Yes,
And does this accurately depict what it looked like that day?
yes.
Okay. Can you just circle the door that you were referencing when you mentioned that you went into, that you opened? Okay, that's the door that was unlocked.
Service door. Yeah,
It was unlocked.
Correct.
But it wasn't opened, right?
No.
You had to open it?
Yes.
Okay. Can you also just put your initials there as well? And maybe just put a U for unlocked. Thank you.
Do we have a .1 on this? On 300, 301?
301.
Let's take a look.
Oh,
All right, 301.2.
thank you. Just a few more photographs, sir. I'm going to approach with what's been marked as D1-304, 1-307, -308, and -309. Sir, I'm showing you, first I'll show you D1-304. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
That's Keith's house.
Okay, so that's 15 Willowbrook.
Correct.
And do you see your house in that photograph or no?
No.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as D1-309. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
That's the same house with 15 Willowbrook.
Okay, it's like an aerial view.
Correct.
And you don't see your house in that photograph, do you?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to show you D1-307. Can we agree that's another aerial shot of 15 Willowbrook?
Yes.
And do you see the area of your house in this photograph?
I do.
Okay. Is it on the left side here?
It's on the left side.
Okay. And finally, same thing with D1-308. Do you see, do you agree this is another aerial shot of 15 Willowbrook?
I do.
And do you see a portion of your property?
Yes, I can see.
Okay. Permission to publish?
Ken, any objection?
No, Judge.
So we're going to start with the first one, D1-304. And we've seen a similar photograph, but essentially we agree that this is 15 Willow Brook, correct?
Yes,
And this is a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you were there on November 20th of 2018, correct?
yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show what's next been marked as D1-309. And sir, we agreed that this is also this is an aerial depiction of 15 Willow Brook, correct?
Yes,
And that we cannot see your property in this photo, right?
correct.
But what we can see is this road that's sort of like diagonal across the bottom right corner of the screen, that's 15 Willow Brook. That's Willow Brook Road, correct?
That's the Willow Brook Road.
And then this is the driveway that we see leading
Yeah.
up to that property, correct?
Correct.
Now I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-307. Okay. Now, sir, we also agreed that in this photograph we can see the 15 Willow Brook property. It's on the right portion of the photograph, correct?
Correct.
And you also noted that in this photograph you can see part of your property line, correct?
Correct.
Do you want to just like circle generally where your property was at the time? Maybe just put your initials as well. Thank you.
307.1.
And lastly, this is a very similar photo. It's 1-308. And this is the same thing, right? We see 15 Willow Brook, we see Willow Brook Road in the front, and then we see on the left portion your property, and then we see what's behind the property, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm asking you a little bit about, I'd like to talk a little bit about the area. At the time that this happened, you had lived there since 2014?
Correct.
Okay. Or is it fair to say that you're familiar with the immediate surrounding area?
Yes.
Okay. When you in the vicinity of 15 Willow Brook, right? I think, is it fair to say that if you pull out of Keith's driveway and you make a right, meaning going toward your house, right? And you drive for just a little bit, there's some bodies of like small creeks, some small bodies of water that you would pass over.
Yes.
Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And one of them would be, it's actually the first one you pass. It looks like it's right on Willow Brook, down just a little bit, and looks like a little creek. It's actually called Willow Brook. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you're driving over Willow Brook, like the actual brook of water, there's like a little bridge on the road, but it's essentially a one lane road each way, right?
Correct.
Okay. And if you drive down a little bit further than that, so going toward Long Bridge, going toward Laird Road, there's another little brook of water. It's called Hop Brook. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with it.
Not familiar with the name?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with the fact that after you pass the first little Willow Brook, but before you get to Long Bridge Road, there is a second little small bridge with some water there? And if you can't remember, I could show you a photo to maybe refresh your recollection.
I don't remember Second Bridge.
So I'm going to approach with what's been marked as D1-323 and D1-324. I'm going to show you first D1-323. Is this what we were speaking about earlier, where we would pass over Willow Brook, the first little stream of water?
Perhaps I usually see the bridge that dives downwards and comes up. I don't remember this portion.
Okay.
Maybe I didn't pay attention.
How about this one? Only if you remember. Does this refresh your recollection as to whether you've passed over Hop Brook?
Yes, this I remember.
This one you remember?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a little bit further down Willow Brook Road, going toward Long Bridge. There's what you were able to remind yourself from the photo. There's like a little bridge and there's water.
Correct.
And it's a one-lane highway each way.
Yes.
Right? And then finally, after you turn right onto Long Bridge, right, there's Swimming River Reservoir. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And that's like a bigger body of water compared
Yes.
to what we just saw.
Yes.
Right? The Willow Brook and Hop Brook are like little, sort of more like creek-looking water. But once you make that right onto Long Bridge and go down a little bit, there's like a big body of water. It's a reservoir, correct?
Yes.
But when you drive over the reservoir, it's also one lane each way.
Yes.
And it looks similar to the photos we saw where there's just like maybe a small rail and you're very kind of close to that water. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, like you'd be able to toss anything out that window.
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Also on Long Bridge Road, going toward Laird Road, can we agree that there's like some wooded areas?
Yes.
I know Colts Neck generally, there's a lot of like open space, but there's also a good amount of wooded areas. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And there's another lake nearby. It's called Marley Lake. Are you familiar with that lake?
I'm not.
Okay. Returning to the night that this happened, sounds like your first interaction, so to speak, with what happened was when you received the call from your landscaper and when you saw the smoke yourself.
Yes.
Okay, so were you home that night during the overnight hours?
Yes.
And you didn't hear any gunshots?
I did not.
Was there anyone else home with you that night? Anyone else, any other family members?
My wife and my daughter.
Okay, and to your knowledge, they didn't wake
Objection,
you up?
Judge.
Sustained. Can't testify as to what other people.
The question was whether they woke you up that night for any reason.
No.
And in addition to not hearing any gunshots, you didn't hear anything else out of the ordinary? Any screaming or yelling or loud struggles or anything like that?
No.
All right. So up until you got to the property yourself after you got the call, there was nothing out of the ordinary that you had seen prior to that?
No.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, well, you didn't say anything.
I said thank you.
Any further?
No, Judge, thank you.
You can step down, thank you.
Thank you.
You sure can. going to swear in an interpreter for our next witness. We're going to ask the interpreter to come on up. You. Thank you so much. If you can just come up for me. The witness will be up here. If you could just listen to my clerk, please. I appreciate it.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you accurately and impartially follow the guidelines that are binding on you and discharge all duties and obligations of an official interpreter?
Yes, I do. This is Margaret Serrano, Serrano. I am an AOC-approved Spanish court interpreter. I'm sent to you on staff from the New Jersey AOC this morning.
I do. Julia Vargas, VAR-GAS, staff interpreter for the IOC. Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, good morning to you both. Thank you. Ma'am, come over and take a seat.
Señor, usted puede tomar asiento ahí en la silla. The interpreters are going to need to request if we could maybe get a chair because we need to stay close to each other when
Sure.
we interpret. I don't know if there's any place we could find a chair.
You can have mine.
I don't need to do that. That seems a little unnecessary.
I'll take care of that.
Need two, you said?
We just need one.
One?
Because we normally have an active and a passive interpreter, and the passive one will sit in the chair.
Wherever you need it.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Can you please stand?
Póngase de pie, por favor.
Put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand.
Mano izquierda en la Biblia, levantándose la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Ante Dios.
Sí.
Yes.
Can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Por favor, diga su nombre completo para las actas y luego hay que deletrear el apellido.
Giselle Restrepo.
Giselle Restrepo.
R-E-S-T-R-E-P-O.
R-E-S-T-R-E-P-O.
Please, you can be seated and get yourself comfortable.
Y puede ponerse cómodo. También le voy a pedir. The interpreter is just going to ask the witness to put these headphones on. Thank you so much. Estos auriculares para escucharme mejor si es necesario así. ¿Sí me escuchan bien así? Ahora sí. Si me dejan de entender en algún momento que me informe, ¿sí? Thank you. The interpreter just asked the witness to let her know if she is unable to hear or understand her at any time.
Okay. And I would just ask for you to keep your voice up so everyone can hear you.
Que hable en voz alta para que todo el mundo la pueda escuchar, ¿sí?
You have to speak a response.
Y cada respuesta tiene que ser verbal. Okay.
Can you move a little forward? There's a microphone closer to you that will pick you up.
La pantalla porque va a haber un micrófono que pueda agarrar su sonido.
Thank you. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge.
Fiscal, gracias.
Good morning, Mr. Restrepo.
Buenos días, señora Restrepo.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mr. Restrepo, I want to take you back to the time frame of around November of 2018. Do you remember that time?
Señora Restrepo, quiero que usted se fije mentalmente un poco atrás en el tiempo, al periodo de tiempo en noviembre de 2018. ¿Se acuerda de ese tiempo?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, back in that time frame, did you know someone by the name of Paul Caneiro?
En ese entonces usted conocía a una persona con el nombre de Paul Caneiro.
Sí.
Yes.
Now, would it be fair to say that you and Paul Caneiro had a friendship?
¿Y sería justo decir que usted y Paul Caneiro tenían una amistad?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, do you recall where you first met Mr. Caneiro?
¿Usted se acuerda de dónde es que usted conoció por primera vez al señor Caneiro?
En un restaurante en Asbury Park.
At a restaurant in Asbury Park.
Now, I want to ask you if you recall the last time you actually were physically with Mr. Caneiro at a restaurant.
Quiero pedirle a usted que se acuerde de la última vez que usted estuvo físicamente en un restaurante con el señor Paul Caneiro.
Okay.
Okay.
When was the last time you shared a meal with Mr. Caneiro?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que usted compartió una comida con el señor Paul Caneiro?
Para un cumpleaños de mi hija.
It was for a birthday of my daughter's.
Now, for purposes of context, at some point on November 20th of 2018, were you made aware of a fire at Mr. Caneiro's home, Paul Caneiro's?
Para dar contexto, en algún momento del 20 de enero del 2018, usted supo de un incendio en la casa de Paul Caneiro?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, approximately how many days earlier from that fire did you have dinner for your daughter's birthday?
Aproximadamente cuántos días antes del día de ese incendio fue cuando usted compartió la cena con Paul en el cumpleaños de su hija?
2-3 días antes.
It was 2 or 3 days before.
Okay. Now, the night before the fire at Paul Caneiro's house, did you communicate with him at all on the phone or through any sort of messaging?
La noche antes del incendio en la casa de Paul Caneiro, ¿usted estuvo en comunicación con él por teléfono, por mensajes de algún tipo?
No que me acuerde. No me recuerdo.
Not as far as I recall. I don't remember that.
Okay. Now, on the morning of November 20th of 2018, how did you learn about the fire at Paul Caneiro's house?
En la mañana del 20 de noviembre del 2018, ¿cómo es que usted se enteró del incendio en la casa de Paul Caneiro?
Él me mandó un texto bien corto dejándome saber que había un incendio en la casa de él.
They sent me a very short text letting me know that there was a fire at his house.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you about your friendship with Mr. Caneiro. Were there any points in time during that friendship that you and Mr. Caneiro went anywhere, like vacation-wise?
Le quiero preguntar sobre su amistad con el señor Paul Caneiro. ¿En algún momento durante esa amistad hubo un momento cuando ustedes salieron a algún lado juntos, como de vacaciones, algo así?
Sí.
Yes.
Where do you recall going?
Según sus recuerdos, ¿a dónde fueron?
Fuimos a Colombia.
We went to Colombia.
How many times did you go to Colombia?
¿Cuántas veces fueron a Colombia?
2 veces fuimos a Colombia.
2 times we went to Colombia.
Okay. Can I ask you who paid for the trips to Colombia?
Le puedo preguntar, ¿quién pagó los viajes a Colombia?
Él pagó los viajes a Colombia.
He paid the trips to Colombia.
Now, do you recall where you lived back in November 2018?
¿Usted se acuerda de dónde vivía el 20 de noviembre de 2018?
Ocean Township.
Ocean Township.
Recall if did you live in a house or an apartment or something else?
¿Usted vivía en una casa, un departamento o algo más?
Apartamento.
An apartment.
Do you remember the name of the apartment complex?
¿Usted ¿Usted se acuerda del nombre de departamentos?
Twinbrook,
¿Cómo?
Twinbrook.
Twinbrook,
Twin Brook Apartments?
los departamentos Twinbrook?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember, Ms. Restrepo, what your rent was there back in 2018?
¿Usted se acuerda, señora Restrepo, de cuánto pagaba en alquiler en el 2018?
Como 1,300.
It was like 1,300.
Was there ever a time when Mr. Caneiro paid that rent or helped you with that rent?
¿Hubo un momento cuando el señor Caneiro le pagó ese alquiler o le ayudaba a pagar ese alquiler?
No.
No.
Now, during the course of that friendship, was there ever a time when Mr. Caneiro helped your children, or you or your children, with any expenses?
Durante el transcurso de su amistad, ¿hubo algún momento cuando el señor Caneiro le ayudó a sus hijos o le ayudó a usted a pagar los gastos de sus hijos?
No.
No.
Was your daughter applying to colleges back in 2018?
¿Su hija estaba aplicando a universidades en el 2018?
Sí.
Yes.
Did Mr. Caneiro ever provide any assistance with application fees?
¿El señor Caneiro en algún momento proporcionó asistencia o ayuda con los pagos de las aplicaciones o solicitudes?
Le regaló el dinero para aplicar a los colegios.
He gifted her the money to apply for the colleges.
Now, was there a point in time, I believe in approximately 2018, when you got a new car?
Aproximadamente en el 2018, cuando usted consiguió un nuevo carro.
Sí.
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of car it was?
¿Se acuerda de qué tipo de carro era?
Sí.
Yes.
What kind of car was it?
¿Qué tipo de carro era?
Audi.
It was an Audi.
Do you remember approximately what the monthly payment was for the Audi?
¿Usted se acuerda de aproximadamente cuánto era el pago mensual del Audi?
No hice pagos de carro.
I did not make car payments.
Okay. Who made the car payments?
¿Quién quién pagaba los pagos cada mes?
Paul.
Paul.
Now, was there ever a point in time in 2018 when Paul talked to you about any financial difficulty that he was having?
¿Hubo algún momento en el 2018 cuando Paul habló con usted sobre alguna dificultad financiera que él estuviera experimentando?
No, nunca.
No, never.
Did Mr. Caneiro, did he ever reference the IRS?
Señor Caneiro, ¿en algún momento hizo referencia al IRS?
No, nunca.
No, never.
Okay. Was there ever a time when Mr. Caneiro used one of your credit cards?
¿Hubo un momento cuando el señor Caneiro utilizó una de sus tarjetas de crédito de usted?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you recall which credit card that was?
¿Se acuerda usted de cuál tarjeta que era?
Una de Macy's.
It was Macy's.
Do you remember how much money was spent on your credit card by Mr. Caneiro?
¿Usted se acuerda de cuánto dinero fue que el señor Caneiro gastó en su tarjeta de crédito de usted?
No.
No.
Do you recall if he reimbursed you for the amount of spending that he did on your credit card?
¿Usted se acuerda de que si el señor Caneiro le reembolsó a usted por el dinero que él gastó en su tarjeta de usted?
No, yo la pagué.
No, I paid it.
Now, I want to ask you about whether or not you ever observed Mr. Caneiro and guns that he owned.
quiero preguntarle sobre si usted en algún momento observó al señor Caneiro con armas de fuego que eran en posesión de él.
Sí.
Yes.
Where did you see these guns?
¿Dónde es que usted vio esas armas de fuego?
Él tenía una.
He had one.
Okay. Did he have one gun or more than one gun? If you know.
Si es que usted lo sabe, él tenía uno o más que una arma de fuego.
Yo creo que más.
I think more than one.
Okay. Did you ever shoot a gun with Mr. Caneiro?
¿Usted alguna vez disparó un arma de fuego con el señor Caneiro?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and where was that?
¿Y dónde ocurrió eso?
Lugar donde va uno a practicar.
It was like a place where one goes to practice.
Okay. Like a shooting range? Would be accurate?
Sería como una pista de práctica de armas de fuego, lo que decimos en inglés, shooting range.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you do that once or more than once?
¿Ustedes hicieron eso una vez o más que una vez?
Una vez.
One time.
Now, you talked about going to Colombia twice with Mr. Caneiro. Did you ever go anywhere else in the United States with Mr. Caneiro?
Usted mencionó ir 2 veces a Colombia con el señor Caneiro. ¿Usted alguna vez fue a otro lugar dentro de Estados Unidos con el señor Caneiro?
Sí.
Yes.
Where did you go?
¿A dónde?
Carolina del Norte, Las Vegas, Boston,
North
Nueva
Carolina.
York. Yeah.
North Carolina, Las Vegas, Boston, New York. Yeah.
Who paid for those trips?
¿Quién pagó esos viajes?
Él.
He did.
Now, Ms. Restrepo, you talked about Paul Caneiro. Do you see that individual in court today?
Señora Restrepo, usted ha hablado sobre Paul Caneiro. ¿Usted ve a esta persona, la misma persona aquí presente hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
Could you point him out for us?
¿Usted nos puede indicar quién es?
Identifies the defendant.
Él ha identificado al acusado.
The state has no further questions.
El Estado no tiene más preguntas en este momento. The interpreters will briefly switch.
Thank you.
Ross?
Good morning, Ms. Restrepo.
Buenos días, señora Restrepo.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
I just have a few questions.
Solo le voy a hacer unas preguntas.
So, other than the trips that were mentioned, the car, and the college application fees, fair to say that you supported yourself?
Aparte de los viajes que mencionó, el carro, las tarifas para presentar la solicitud de una universidad, ¿es justo decir que usted sola se mantenía?
100%.
100%.
And you mentioned that you paid your own rent, correct?
Y mencionó que usted pagaba su propio alquiler, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
Was there one time when Mr. Caneiro helped you with your rent, but then you paid him back?
¿Hubo alguna ocasión donde el señor Caneiro le pagó el alquiler, pero luego usted se lo pagó de vuelta?
Correcto.
Correct.
And Colombia, that's where you're from?
¿Y usted es de Colombia?
Soy colombiana.
I'm Colombian.
So when you went to Colombia, you were visiting family?
Entonces, cuando fue a Colombia, ¿estaba visitando a la familia?
Sí.
Yes.
And the prosecutor said, asked you to agree that you and Paul were friends. Is it fair to say best friends?
Y el fiscal le preguntó, le pidió si estaba usted de acuerdo con que usted y Paul eran amigos, pero ¿es justo decir que eran mejor amigos?
Sí.
Yes.
And during the time that you knew Paul, was he always very nice and supportive of you?
Y por el tiempo que conocía a Paul, él siempre le fue amable, cariñoso.
Sí.
Yes.
He was there for you as a friend.
La apoyaba como amigos.
Todo el tiempo.
All the time.
And he helped tutor you with your English as well?
Y también le ayudaba, le enseñaba el inglés.
Fue una parte muy importante para que yo mejorara y practicara.
He was a very important part for me to improve and practice.
And would you agree that Mr. Caneiro, would you describe him as very smart?
¿Y está de acuerdo o describiría al señor Caneiro como alguien muy inteligente?
Él es muy inteligente.
He is very smart.
And since you knew Paul well, are you familiar with the fact that Paul was very close with his brother Keith?
Y entonces, como conocía tanto a Paul, ¿usted sabía que él era muy cercano a su hermano Keith?
Eran cercanos.
They were close.
And was Paul close with Keith's family as well, like the kids, Jesse and Sophia?
Y Paul también era apegado a los hijos de Keith, Justy y Sophia?
Sí.
Yes.
To your knowledge, did they spend a lot of holidays together?
A lo que usted sabe, ellos pasaron los días feriados juntos?
Sí.
Yes.
And did Paul speak very highly of Keith?
¿Y Paul hablaba bien sobre Keith?
Siempre.
Always.
And to this, you don't have any bad things to say about Paul, right?
Usted no tiene nada malo que decir de Paul, ¿verdad?
No.
No.
And lastly, the prosecutor asked you about Paul owning multiple guns.
Y por último, el fiscal le había preguntado sobre Paul teniendo varias armas de fuego.
Was that normal to you?
¿Eso le parecía normal?
Sí.
Yes.
And was it ever anything abnormal or unusual?
¿Era alguna vez algo inusual o fuera de lo normal?
No.
No.
Is it fair to say that Paul owned guns, liked guns, and you didn't really think much of it?
Entonces es justo decir que Paul poseía de armas de fuego, le gustaban las armas de fuego y usted no pensó más allá de eso.
Pienso que era un hobby.
I think it was a hobby.
Thank you. No more questions.
Todas mis preguntas.
Redirect.
Segundo interrogatorio.
Mr. Restrepo, did you ever meet Keith Caneiro?
Señora Restrepo, ¿usted conoció alguna vez a Keith Caneiro?
Nunca.
Never.
Did you ever see Paul Caneiro and Keith Caneiro interact then?
Entonces, ¿alguna vez vio a Paul Caneiro y Keith Caneiro interactuar?
Solamente cuando estábamos juntos y habían llamadas.
Only when we were together and there were phone calls. Okay.
No further.
No me dijeron que eso se quería.
Recross.
Segundo interrogatorio.
You never met Keith, but Paul talked about Keith.
Objection, Judge. It's hearsay.
Esto, su señoría, es testimonio.
There's no statement, Judge. It's just
I'll allow this question.
Voy a permitir la pregunta.
¿Cuál fue la pregunta?
What was the question?
Even though you never met Keith, Paul did talk about Keith. right?
Aunque usted nunca conoció a Keith, Paul hablaba de Keith, ¿verdad?
Por supuesto.
Of course. Gracias.
You can step down. Thank you very much to the interpreters. We very much appreciate your time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. State can call our next witness.
State calls Carmelo Lamarco.
Come on up, sir. Just watch your step as you come up. Once you're up there, if you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Carmelo Lamarco, Lamarca.
All right. Sir, just make sure you speak up loud enough so juror numbers 15 and 16 can hear you in the back, okay?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Lamarco, can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm in real estate.
Okay. Now, do you serve your community in any other capacity?
Yes, I'm a volunteer firefighter.
Okay, where are you a volunteer firefighter?
Adelphia, Atwell Township, Fire District 2.
Okay, and approximately how long have you been doing that?
About 10 years.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention to November 20th, 2018 in the early afternoon hours. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
How do you remember it?
I was working from home. Remember, it was a clear day. I wasn't particularly busy. We had a group chat amongst our firefighters that there was a call in Colts Neck, potential residential fire. So I kind of stayed near the door with my keys ready.
And at some point thereafter, was there any confirmation of that structure fire?
Yes, we were dispatched to Colts Neck for mutual aid for a confirmed structure fire with entrapment.
Now, just so we all understand, you talked about mutual aid.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that means?
Colts Neck had originally called us for their RIT team, which is a rapid intervention team. It's a team that has specialized training to rescue downed firefighters. But ultimately, when we got there, we found out that we were going to work and we were not on standby as a RIT team.
Okay. So were you a member of that RIT team?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, okay, so you said the call was structure fire with possible entrapment. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Based upon the call, where do you go?
I responded to the firehouse.
Okay. Where's the firehouse generally located?
That firehouse is 925 Adelphia Road, Freehold.
Okay. And once you got there, what happened?
Once I got there, I put my gear on, got on the rescue apparatus, and responded with the rest of the crew.
What's the rescue apparatus? Can you tell us what that is?
The rescue apparatus has tools and equipment specifically for search and rescue, car accidents and incidents of that nature.
And you said, I think you said the rest of the crew. Approximately how many people did you respond with, if you recall?
We were 6 firefighters and a chauffeur, driver.
Okay. And approximately, do you remember approximately what time the call came in and you responded to the firehouse?
Sometime between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, I believe.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to ask permission to approach.
You can.
Mr. Lamarco, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S106 for identification. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, it looks like a report for the incident.
Okay.
We gotta speak up, sir.
Yes, it looks like an incident report.
Okay, and it's an incident report for who?
It looks like an inverse report.
Okay. And does this concern your firehouse?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And is it authored or is there a name on it?
My chief at the time, yes.
Okay. Now, based upon your review of this, is there a section which talks about dates and times? Sorry.
Yes. Yes, would you like me to?
No, I'm going to ask you a question in a second, but does it indicate the call location or street address for that call?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, would that be for 15 Willow Brook Road?
Yes.
And would that report then concern to the incident that you're here to talk about?
Yes.
And you said there's a portion of that report that says dates and times, correct?
Yes.
Can you look at those dates and times, and then I'll ask you a question?
Yes.
Did you read that to review it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, based upon that, does that refresh your recollection as to like the alarm time and potentially the arrival time at Colts Neck?
Yes.
Okay, what was the alarm time?
12:41 p.m.
And what was the arrival time?
12:55 p.m.
Okay. And that 12:55 p.m., would that represent arrival at 15 Willowbrook in Colts Neck? Okay. So when you get to 15 Willowbrook, it's you and the 7 or 8 total guys?
7, yes.
Okay, 7 total guys. And that rescue apparatus, is that like a fire truck?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got to Colts Neck, did you see police cars?
I did see some police cars. I don't recall exactly where they were located, but I remember seeing.
Sure, but was there a police presence at the scene when you got there?
Yes, there was.
And was there any fire presence at the scene, if you recall?
Yes, there was.
Can you describe that? Like how many, who, if you remember?
Fire apparatus?
Yes.
I remember seeing Earl Naval Weapons Station. They had their ladder truck parked in the driveway up near the house. I don't recall any other fire apparatus at the time from when we got out of the truck and we walked up to the house.
Were you and your crew, were you one of the early fire responders at that scene?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you get there, do you make any observation of smoke or fire?
Yes, there was a heavy smoke condition.
Did you see flames upon your initial arrival?
I don't recall specifically whether or not I saw flames, but I do recall a very heavy smoke condition.
Okay. Was it a large residence or a small residence?
It was a large residence.
Now, when you got to the fire scene that day, how do you decide, or how does someone decide where you're going to go, what you're going to do? Can you tell us?
It was decided per command that my chief was going to assume control of operations for the scene, so my assignments were going to be given, my crew's assignments were given directly from my chief.
Now, if you're a Howell Fire Department and you're going to Colts Neck for mutual aid, why was your chief at that point in time in charge of operations?
To be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure how those roles and responsibilities were doled out.
Okay.
I can tell you that my chief was assigned operations and I was taking assignments directly from my chief at the scene.
Okay. So based upon commands from your chief at the scene, what's the first thing you did at that fire scene?
My crew's assignment was to make entry from the Alpha side, the A side of the building, and to conduct the left-hand search.
I'm going to show you just briefly. I'm going to approach with S1C, slide 9. Yeah. Mark, I'm just showing you what's been marked as S1C, slide 9. Do you recognize generally what that picture shows?
This is a picture from the Alpha Bravo corner of the residence.
Okay. Now, when you talk about Alpha Bravo, can you just explain what that means?
So if you're looking at the house from the driveway, the Alpha is going to be where the front door is. The left side is going to be the Bravo. Back of the house is the Charlie. Right side is the Delta.
Okay. So A is the front of the house, then you work around clockwise?
Yes, that's correct.
B, C, D, correct? Okay. So you reference which corner?
The Alpha Bravo corner.
Okay. Just want to... Before I take that away, one quick question. On slide 9. Where did you enter, you and your crew, where did you enter on that date?
From the door here on the Alpha side.
You gotta speak up, sir.
From the front door on the Alpha side that leads directly from the driveway.
Could I, permission to publish?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Could I ask 1C, slide 9? Sir, you have that photograph in front of you on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, and could you possibly just hit this and just put a little box around where you entered? Can we preserve that, please? Thank you.
That's slide 9.1.
Now, Mr. Lamarco, can you tell us, like, what you encountered when you first went through that door?
As soon as we got through the door, there was zero visibility, blackout conditions because of the smoke. So we were essentially operating by touch.
Okay. Is that something that are you trained for that situation?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you do once you walk in, there's not a lot of visibility, how do you get to where you want to go?
We conducted a left-hand search, so you're essentially keeping your left hand with contact at all times to the wall just to keep yourself oriented, and using your other hand, foot, tool, reach out as far as you can to feel for any potential victims as you move through the left-hand search.
Now, based on what you just said, when you get there, do you get briefed on information that others have prior to your arrival?
I don't recall us being relayed very much information at all. We were pretty much just given our assignment, there was maybe 2, 3, or 4 firefighters from Earl that had made entry prior to us arriving there.
Okay.
I'm not sure where they searched, where they went. Ultimately, I believe, if I recall correctly, they had to bail out of a window at some point, but I don't have any confirmation of that, that they made it to the second floor.
Now, when you entered that front door of 15 Willow Brook, were you looking to find people?
Yes, we were told that there was confirmed entrapment, potentially four victims, and also potentially a nanny.
Okay. So you go in, you said you wanted to stay towards the left, correct?
Yes.
And would that be the front of the home, the A side?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go?
As soon as we went in, began the left-hand search, we were met with the set of stairs. We climbed those stairs, and shortly after reaching the landing of the stairs, we came in contact with the victim.
How did you come in contact with the victim? I mean, as far as visibility goes.
I felt her.
Were you with anyone else at that point in time, like right in front of you?
Yes, there were There were two firefighters that had made their way up past me onto the second floor, and there were another 3 behind me.
Was the visibility still extremely compromised on that landing area?
Yes.
Based upon the identification potentially of an individual, what if anything, did you and other firefighters do?
After it was determined that it was in fact the victim, I turned to the firefighter that was just below me on the stairs, and I told him that we're going to be taking them out. I grabbed the legs, and he grabbed their arms, and we carried her out.
Where did you take her?
Just by the garage doors.
In front of the house?
Yes.
After you did that, did you ultimately continue with efforts to find other individuals and/or fire?
Yes, we were instructed to place her down in the driveway and then to go back in and continue our search.
Just briefly, so I don't miss it. I'm sorry, but when you encountered the body on the landing, can you describe directionally where her body was?
So she was towards the wall in the corner. Her feet were facing out towards going down the stairs, and her head was facing towards the wall of the landing, heading up the stairs.
And when you ultimately took her outside and put her down on the ground, were there any signs of life at that point?
I wasn't able to determine, but it didn't. Once we were outside of the smoke, and I was able to see, it did not appear to be.
Just to be clear, was it an adult female or a young female?
A young female.
At points in time, did you remain at the scene for several hours?
Yes, we did.
And did you and your colleagues, did you continue to fight the fire?
Yes, we did.
And was there a point in time later that day that the fire was actually extinguished?
By the time that we had left, I don't believe so. There were still crews operating when we had left.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time you left?
I believe it was around 8 o'clock.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
Cross.
I don't have any questions, thank you.
All right. Sir, you can step down. Prosecutor, you want to call your next witness?
The state calls Detective Richard Zerillo.
Detective, you were under oath when we left you on Thursday afternoon. You are still under oath here today. You remember the oath that you gave, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We were still in direct examination, so we will continue with Ms. Wallace.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
We left off when we were here last with the conclusion, essentially, of your investigation of day one. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and I wanted to show you some pictures. I know we looked at a couple, but I have a few more. It's going to actually be, for the record, S1E, slides 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24, and S1C, slides 28, 29, 129, and 130. I'm showing counsel. I'm sorry.
So Marie, is there objection to them being published now, or do you need the foundation before?
I don't, no, Judge, there's no objection. This thing can publish now.
Okay, great, thank you.
If we could please have S1E, slide 20. Detective, can you describe what we're looking at here?
The rear of the structure, the house.
All right, so if you're facing the house, where would this specifically be located?
From the roadway, this would be to the right or to the west of the structure.
Do you see the door there?
Yes,
Okay, what is on the other side of that door?
a garage.
Okay, and if you're looking head-on at the photo, is there, you spoke earlier about an electrical meter. Where would that be located?
That's on the left side of the door, excuse me, on the corner of the structure.
Okay, and how about the generator? Where would that be?
Behind the shrubs on the right side of the door.
Can we have slide 21, please? Do you see the electrical meter in this picture?
Not 100% sure. I do see the meter pan cover.
Sorry, the meter box.
I do see the electrical service panel on the left side.
Okay, and can we please have the next slide, 22? Okay, what are we looking at here?
The meter service panel.
Okay, that's the meter service panel?
Yes, the electrical service comes into the structure from,
Okay, now just from this location, where was Keith's body located, specifically from there?
behind me, if I'm looking at this, and to my left.
What, if anything, did you observe about that panel right there that we see?
The handle is in the down position, and there's no meter attached to it or a cover on it.
Can you circle that handle for us? What, if anything, did it mean to you that the handle was in the down position?
At that moment, I did not know what it was about until I looked into it a little further. It secured the meter into the box, or was able to bypass the service for the electric company to do work there.
Okay, when you say you put the meter into the box, what are you referring to?
There are clamps that hold the meter itself into the box, and that was used to secure it in there as well.
Can we please have the next slide, which is, I believe, 23?
Do we want to circle that? Do we want to print that, 22.1?
Yes, Judge, I'm sorry.
So this is S1E, slide 22.1. Detective, if you don't mind just doing the undo button, if you remember. Thank you.
Have the next slide now, please. Detective, this is just a little bit of a different angle on this picture, but what, if anything, do you see in this photo?
To the left of the panel, on the floor, I see the meter pan cover and the meter in the shrub there.
Can you circle those for us, please? Now, you testified previously when you were on the stand that when you arrived, you were over by Keith's body and you made some observations about this particular area.
Yes.
Are those the observations that you were referring to, the door and the meter on the floor?
Yes.
On the ground? If we could please have the next slide.
Do you want that captured?
Yes, I'm sorry.
23.1.
Undo?
Yes, please.
slide 24, please. And sir, what is this that we're looking at?
That is the meter from the meter pan.
And is that how you found it?
Yes.
Can we please have slide, it's going to be S1C, slide 128. Detective, you had previously testified that when you were over by the electrical meter after you arrived, you received notification from a firefighter to come over to this particular area. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and what was over in this particular area?
That is where the live round of ammunition was located and where I placed the orange traffic cone.
Can we please have slide 129? Is that just a little bit closer up?
Yes.
And slide 130, please. What are we looking at here?
The round of ammunition that was found on the floor.
Okay, thank you. You can take them down. Detective, I believe we're into now the next day of your investigation, so that would it be 11/21/18?
Yes.
All right, and I think you said last time, but just to clarify, that from Pennsylvania, you had gone back to the scene at about 1 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, and when you arrived on the scene, what were your observations?
Fire operations had concluded. There was a manned engine company for fire watch, and the scene was secured by Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office and Colts Neck Police Office.
Did you go home from there that night?
Yes.
Got some sleep?
Yes.
And the next morning at about 8 a.m., where did you go?
Back to the scene.
And who was there when you arrived?
I met Detective Petrozello there. There were members of Colts Neck Township Police, Prosecutor's Office, firefighters. Due to structural concerns, members from the USAR, Urban Search and Rescue Group, and the Neptune Township Office of Emergency Management were there.
Okay, and what were they doing there?
They were brought in to secure the location and shore it up to ensure that it did not collapse.
And do you recall what specific location, was there a specific location in the house that they were concerned that would collapse?
I believe they went into the basement of the location. They were concerned that due to the fire, there was a chance that it was going to collapse.
And did they do what they had to do to make that area safe?
Yes.
On that particular day, what, if any, other detectives from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office were assigned to this case?
There were several from forensics and Detective Basindos.
Detective Bassender?
Bassender. Sorry.
Okay, and do you know what unit she was in?
Financial crimes.
Did you leave the scene of 15 Willow Brook Road at some point that afternoon?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I believe we went to the office in Asbury Park.
Okay, do you recall where specifically that was?
I couldn't remember the exact address, 7-something Cookman Avenue.
Cookman Avenue?
Yes.
Okay, and when you say the office, whose office are you talking about?
That was where Keith and Paul Caneiro's office for Square One and Echo Star was located.
Okay, who went specifically with you?
Detective Petrozello.
Why did the two of you go there?
We wanted to make contact with Tiffany Rivera.
Who was she?
The office manager.
Did you make contact with her at that point?
Not at the location, we did speak to her by phone.
Okay, and later that day, did you actually meet with Tiffany Rivera in person?
Yes.
Where was that?
At the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Did you end up taking a formal statement from her that day?
Not that day, no.
A couple of days later, did you take a formal statement from her?
Yes.
Okay, nonetheless, on that day, so on the 21st, did you and Detective Petrozello speak with Tiffany?
Yes.
And did she provide you with information?
She gave us basics on the business structure, some financials. I don't remember exact details, I apologize.
At about 7:13 p.m. that night, did you receive anything from Ms. Rivera?
She sent an email that was requested. The email was some conversations that she and Keith had via text message.
Do you recall who else gave, do you recall if anyone gave a formal statement on the 21st?
We spoke with Corey Caneiro.
Okay, and do you remember where that took place?
At the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
And I guess when I say formal statement, just to clarify, was it like a typed written question and answer statement that you took from him?
Yes, myself, Detective Petrozello, there was a typist there, a secretary, and questions were asked, he answered, and they were formalized.
I want to draw your attention ahead a little bit now to about 7 p.m. that night of November 21st. What, if anything, happened with regard to yourself and the investigative team?
We had a meeting at the Colts Neck Township Municipal Court building.
I don't want you to tell us anything that was said, but what was the purpose of that meeting?
Everybody came together in the same location to discuss where we were in the investigation.
When you say everybody, can you just tell us generally who from what departments? You don't have to say specifically, but who are we talking about?
So members of the forensics unit from the prosecutor's office were there, myself, Detective Petrozello, members of the investigative team from the Ocean Township location were on scene. Their administration or higher-ups from all of the agencies were present as well.
And what is the point of sharing information between the investigative team?
So we're all on the same page where we are collectively. If additional things need to be taken care of, that would be the point where we would start, I guess, assigning them to different people.
And is that important for you to know as the lead detective from Colts Neck?
Yes.
So what specific, don't tell me anything anyone was said, but did you learn of other evidence that had been gathered by other investigators with regard to this case?
Yes.
What types of evidence was that you learned about?
Forensics had collected ballistic evidence from the scene. There were many pieces of evidence collected from both scenes, actually.
Okay, and you learned about those pieces of evidence?
Yes.
At that point, did you, again, you don't tell us anything that was said, but did you receive any preliminary results from any agencies?
Yes.
From where?
From the Ocean Township location.
Okay, and was it from the medical examiners as well?
Medical examiners had given a very preliminary based on their examination of the bodies.
Did you learn about any evidence that had been collected thus far from any vehicles?
Yes, from the Ocean Township location.
The next day, November 22nd of 2018, was that a Thursday?
Yes.
Was that Thanksgiving?
Yes.
All right, so the day after that, November 23rd, that morning, where did you go?
I responded to the Ocean Township location, 27 Tilton Drive.
Who did you go with?
Myself, I met Detective Petrozello there.
Who else was on scene at 27 Tilton Drive that day?
There were many members from Ocean Township, the prosecutor's office, and 2 members of the state police.
Who were they?
2 canine handlers. Trooper Coking, another trooper, I don't remember his name, and they brought a cadaver dog with them.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you see those troopers and that cadaver dog do?
The trooper gave commands to his canine to search for specific evidence that he's trained to, and he went in there and located that evidence.
Do you know where the evidence?
Can we go to the sidebar?
Sure. I'm going to sustain the objection. So anything that that was identified by this witness or just testified to as it deals with what the canine dog may have hit on or identified, that's going to be for a different witness, not for this witness. So that last answer, I'm just going to ask to strike it from the record and for you to use that eraser, okay? Thank you all. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, I just want to know what your observations were with regard to any evidence that may have been collected from the scene of 27 Tilton that morning.
They recovered some clothing from the residence that believed had blood on it.
Where specifically in the residence?
It was located in the basement of the residence.
Thank you. After you left the scene of 27 Tilton that day, where did you go?
I believe we executed a search warrant that night.
Did you go back to 15 Willow Brook Road?
Yes, after that.
Okay. And who were you with?
Detective Petrozello, we met there.
Was anyone from the crime scene unit or forensics there as well?
Yes.
What, if any, information did you gather when you went back to 15 Willow Brook Road?
That they were still recovering evidence from the location.
And at that time, did you have occasion to make any observations of the generator behind those shrubs?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you note about that generator?
Collected information from the generator to make contact with the company that serviced it.
What company was that?
Wash Hour, I believe is the name.
Did you, in fact, reach out to that company that day?
Yes.
Who did you speak to from there?
Sorry, I don't recall his name.
When you spoke to that individual, were any requests made by you of that individual?
Yes.
What was that?
Any service records that were available for it. And the person that I spoke to, and I don't recall his name, but he was the actual service technician for the generator itself. And he arranged to meet with us to do an inspection of the generator.
And when was the arrangement to meet?
I believe it was for the next day.
Okay, so let's go to the next day at about 9:30 a.m. Where did you go?
To 15 Willow Brook Drive.
Now, when you got there, were forensics still on scene?
Yes.
Okay, what, if anything, did you observe about what they had done to the yard?
They were sifting some dirt for ballistic evidence.
About 10 a.m., who showed up on scene?
Had representatives from Wash Hour, fire departments, including Colts Neck and Naval Weapons Station Earl, members of the ATF, and the representative from Wash Hour were there.
Now, the representative from Wash Hour, what, if anything, did you see him do there?
We requested he conduct an inspection of the generator for us.
Did he do that?
Yes, he did.
Did you make observations about that?
Yes.
And what specifically did you see him doing?
While he was inspecting the generator, it was noted that one of the switches that was not normally accessible was in the off position. The gas to the generator was into the off position as well. He was able to start it to demonstrate that it did work.
I think you might have said it, but were members of the ATF there as well?
Yes.
What was their role?
They were brought in to do, because of the scale of the fire, to help with the electrical inspections and engineering.
Was the scene ultimately released that day on 11/24?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just explain what it means to release the scene?
Once the police or fire can finish all of their investigative work at the scene, there's no longer a need for us to hold it. We'll release it back to representatives from the family or the family themselves.
Now, just because the scene is released, does that mean that your investigation concludes?
No.
So drawing your attention now to November 27th of 2018, do you recall speaking with an individual named Stephen Weinstein?
Yes.
And where did you speak with him at?
The Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
And who did you speak with him with?
With Detective Petrozello, and I think Detective Basinda was there.
Ultimately, did you obtain a formal statement from Mr. Weinstein?
Yes.
And was that later in January?
Yes.
On November 28th, the next day, do you recall meeting with Ronald Artigas?
Yes.
Did you obtain a formal statement from him that day?
Yes.
And then finally, on 11/29 of 18, do you recall that date?
Yes.
What, if anything, of significance happened with regard to this investigation?
I believe that was when I signed the formal charges against Mr. Caneiro.
And did you remain involved with the investigation after that?
Yes.
Were you present for statements,
Yes.
etc.?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:15. We're going to take our 15-minute break. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. I'll bring you back out at around 11:30. Excuse me, 10:30. That would have been a long break, huh? Thank you.
Court is back in session. The Honorable Judge Marco will preside.
Okay, everyone can be seated. Feeling good? We can start with cross-examination. Mr. Murray, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Detective, good morning.
Good morning.
So I think where you ended with the state just now was at the point in time when you approved formal charges against Paul Caneiro, right?
Yes.
And that took place on November 29th of 2018.
Yes.
Now, as part of the filing of those formal charges, you completed something known as an individual arrest report,
Yes.
and that includes personal details about Paul Caneiro. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it's going to include things like his address, right?
Yes.
It's going to have a booking number on it.
Yes.
It's going to indicate things like his height and his weight,
Yes.
marital status.
Yes.
These items were entered into this form for Paul Caneiro in particular, correct?
Yes.
And do you have a recollection of Paul Caneiro's height and weight at the time of arrest on November 29th of 2018?
I do not.
If I were to show you the document, the individual arrest report, would that help you recollect those facts?
If it is written in there, yes.
Okay, Judge, I'm going to approach. This is S409. Detective, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And could you tell us what it is?
It is an arrest report for the Colts Neck Police Department.
Does that-
Paul Caneiro.
For Paul Caneiro,
Yes.
relating to the charges that you approved on November 29th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Does that document list Paul Caneiro's height and weight at the time of arrest?
Yes.
And could you tell us what what that information is?
The information listed is 5'11" and the weight of 230.
I'm going to take this back, okay?
Okay.
All right, so when you say the weight of 230, obviously I'm sure we all understand this, but just for clarification purposes, we're saying at that time, Paul Caneiro was 230 pounds, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified today about responding to the 15 Willow Brook scene numerous times between November 20th of 2018 and the 27th of 2018, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with something called a first responding officer's scene entry log?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell us in general what that is, what that document is?
It would be a log of who entered, when they entered, what agency they're from, when they left.
Okay. And when you say it would be a log of who entered and when they entered, would that be who entered a crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a first responding officer scene entry log filled out for the 15 Willow Brook scene?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. This is S103. Looking at that, do you
Yes.
recognize it?
It is a first responder scene log.
Okay. Is it a first responder scene log for the 15 Willow Brook Road address?
That's what is written on it, yes.
Okay. Is there a date on it?
11/20 of 18.
Okay. Do you see names and agencies
Yes.
on that document?
Yes.
Do you recognize the names?
Most of them, yes.
Okay. Do you recognize the agencies?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize these as names of people who responded to the scene that day?
Yes.
At 15 Willow Brook, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this document also, and I can show you if you don't know or don't recall, spans over multiple days.
Okay.
Okay. And that would be common for a scene entry log for a crime scene where there was police and fire involvement over multiple days, right?
Yes.
And the point is that the purpose of this document is to keep an accounting of what members of law enforcement from what agency came onto the property, right?
Yes.
And when they came onto the property.
Yes.
And obviously, this is a multi-page document because there were a number of different police and fire personnel who came onto the 15 Willow Brook property, correct?
Yes.
And they were from a number of different agencies, right?
Yes.
And there was also, aside from there being numerous police and fire response, there were also there was attention about this location from media outlets during this time, right?
Yes.
And there were news helicopters flying over the house, right?
Yes.
Now, wanted to, Detective, if we could, get into some photographs of the location. This is from July 2nd.
Prosecutor, you're okay to publish?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so you don't have to go through that step, you can just do it on the screen.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
I'll save you the step. Officer.
Sorry, Detective, just 1 second. Okay. Can you see that clearly?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the property 15 Willow Brook Road in Colts Neck on that photograph?
That looks to be 15 Willowbrook in Colts Neck.
Okay. And that 15 Willow Brook address would be in the area of the center of the photo, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the solar panels depicted in that photo as well?
Yes.
And obviously you did some inspection of those panels as part of your investigation, correct?
Yes.
Towards the top of the photo, do you see a road running across the photo?
Yes,
Is that Willow Brook Road?
yes.
And then to the left of the photo, do you see another road that appears to run from the top of the photo to the bottom of the photo?
Looks like a driveway.
Okay. Are you familiar with whether that driveway was paved or unpaved around the time of November 20th of 2018?
I don't know.
As part of your investigation in this case, did you ever travel down that driveway to the left in this photo? Do you see what appears to be a structure towards the bottom of the photo at the end of that driveway? You do?
Yes.
Do you know if that structure, as of November 20th of 2018, was occupied or unoccupied?
No.
It was not, or you don't know?
I do not know.
You don't know. Okay. Towards the top of this photo, between this driveway you've identified, we also see the driveway of 15 Willow Brook depicted towards the top of the photo, correct?
Yes,
Where it meets Willow Brook Road?
yes.
In between that other driveway and the 15 Willow Brook driveway, we see a tract of land with what appears to be trees on it, right?
In that picture, yes.
Okay. Could I actually ask the detective if he could just circle the area of this photo where you see the trees between the driveway of 15 Willowbrook and the other driveway you identified?
You want all the way to from driveway to driveway?
If you could, however you see it.
Mr. Murray, can you tell me the number one more time? I apologize. Of the actual photo, it's D something. I forgot what it was.
It's captured?
It's captured.
Okay, thank you. This is D1-317.
So this is 317.1 that we just captured.
Detective, as part of your investigation in this case, did you ever walk the area that you just circled in D1-317?
I did not.
You did not. So you did not walk in that circled area to do, let's say, a canvass for potential pieces of evidence, right?
I did not.
Okay. Did you take any measurement from the area of the house, 15 Willowbrook, to the area of the circle in the upper left corner of the photo?
I did not.
Okay. So you did not measure how far it is, let's say, from the end where that other driveway meets 15 Willowbrook Road to where the actual house at 15 Willowbrook Road is?
I personally did not.
Okay. Do you see inside of the circle that you drew on the photo? It would be to the right of the other driveway. Do you see a little area where it looks like you might be able to enter between the trees onto the 15 Willowbrook Road property?
Possibly.
Okay. As part of your investigation of this case, did you ever drive along that area of Willow Brook Road, specifically looking at this area that you circled?
I did not.
Okay. You became aware, I would imagine, at some point, that there was, let me retract that, I apologize. You mentioned a meeting that took place with law enforcement agencies and yourself at the municipal building, right?
Yes.
And the purpose of that was to coordinate the efforts amongst law enforcement, I'm sure to make sure that you weren't duplicating each other's efforts.
Fair, yes.
And to make sure that everybody was apprised of what the agencies were doing, right?
Yes.
And one of the questions with this developing situation is, if there's a perpetrator being looked for, how did that person get on to the 15 Willow Brook property? Right?
Okay. Yes.
I mean, that, you know, that's a question that law enforcement is going to attempt to answer through this investigative process, right?
Yes.
And the indication, as far as you know, is that whoever this person is, this perpetrator that came onto the 15 Willow Brook property, didn't do it by driving down the driveway of 15 Willow Brook.
I don't know that for sure.
You don't know for sure?
No.
Okay. Could you do me a favor? The circle that you've drawn, could you just retract that? It's okay. Did you, in the course of this investigation, get a sense of how big the property at 15 Willow Brook is? And by that I mean, do you know what the land measurements are?
I don't know.
Would it be fair to say that in this time period, November of 2018, you were familiar with the roads surrounding Willow Brook Road in Colts Neck?
Yes.
And you were aware that if you were at 15 Willow Brook Road in the driveway, if you went out of the 15 Willow Brook Road driveway and made a left, you would go to Route 34?
Yes.
And if you made a right, you would go to Longbridge Road?
Yes.
And you're aware that other members of law enforcement who participated in this investigation went on a canvas to look for surveillance from various roads in the Colts Neck area.
Yes.
And the purpose of that, as far as you understood, is to see where the person or people who had been on the 15 Willow Brook property, how they got to the location and and the direction they took to leave the location, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew that at some point in time, the road, Longbridge Road, became significant in that investigation, right?
Yes.
And Longbridge Road connects directly with Willow Brook Road, right?
Yes.
But it's fair to say that Willow Brook Road comes to a T intersection and you can make a left or a right onto Longbridge Road from there, right? If you make a right and go and head down Longbridge Road, you come to a body of water, right?
I believe so, yes. I don't work in the town anymore, so it's been some time.
Okay.
Are you speaking of the reservoir?
I'm speaking of, yes, so I think that's Swimming River Reservoir,
Yes.
right? And Longbridge Road actually crosses over Swimming River Reservoir,
Yes.
and where it crosses over Swimming River Reservoir, Longbridge Road is a single lane road. There's traffic going one way in each direction, right?
Yes.
And where the road crosses over the reservoir, there's water on both sides of the road, right?
Yes.
When we're talking about these streets in Colts Neck in 2018, Willow Brook Road was not, if you know, was not a heavily trafficked road late at night, right?
Correct.
Nor was Longbridge Road.
Correct.
Longbridge Road is what we might describe as a rural road, right? It's not a highway.
It is not.
And where Longbridge Road goes over the reservoir on both sides, right? Obviously, it's a bridge. The road is a bridge at that point in time, right?
Yes.
As part of your employment and experience in Colts Neck, I'm sure that prior to November of 2018, you had been on Longbridge Road.
Yes.
You probably had been on it many times, right?
Fair, yes.
And you know that bridge section of Longbridge Road where it goes over the reservoir, there's just basically a guardrail on both sides of the road.
Yes.
There's not, like, for example, high fencing on the road at that section, right?
No.
And as you mentioned before, it's the kind of road where late at night or in the early morning hours, a person traveling on it probably wouldn't expect to encounter other vehicles.
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
No.
No, they wouldn't.
They wouldn't.
Okay. You know that the investigation, and let me clarify this first of all. Obviously, you've testified that this investigation not only involved 15 Willow Brook, but also involved the Tilton Drive address in Ocean, right?
Yes.
But just confining ourselves to Colts Neck for a moment, okay? You know that the investigation of this case regarding Colts Neck took place not in more places than just the 15 Willow Brook property, right?
Yes.
You know that officers searched in other parts of Colts Neck for potential evidence rather than just 15 Willow Brook, right?
Yes.
And you know that about a little over a mile from the 15 Willow Brook property, officers ended up discovering a pair of gloves.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that?
No.
Okay. But you do know that officers searched for items of evidentiary value in areas other than the 15 Willow Brook property, right?
Yes.
Because at that point in time, nobody knew where important evidence items might be located, right?
Yes.
And obviously, a person who came onto the 15 Willow Brook property to commit these crimes might have disposed of evidence as they were leaving the property, right?
Potentially.
And they might have disposed of evidence along the road as they were traveling away from the property, right?
Potentially, yes.
And what I'm trying to say is that's a reason why you would search elsewhere for evidence, right?
Yes.
And we also know that, going back to Longbridge Road for a second, Longbridge Road, specifically going over this reservoir, is a route that one could take to travel from Colts Neck to Ocean Township, right?
Potentially, yes.
We saw during your direct examination, the state showed you a photo of a garage door.
Yes.
Okay. Now, that garage door was a door at the 15 Willow Brook property, right?
Yes.
Now, the 15 Willow Brook property, the garage is set up that at the front of the house, it is a 3 garage bay garage, right?
Yes.
And in the back of the garage, there's that 1 garage bay door, right?
Yes.
So that photo we saw before, we were actually looking at the back of the garage.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you became aware over the course of this case that there were cameras located inside of that garage, right?
Yes.
And you became aware over the course of this case that those cameras may have captured something significant in terms of the investigation, right?
Yes.
And because those cameras at around 2:36 in the morning on November 20th record what appears to be a human figure walking by that garage door, right?
I believe so, yes.
Did you ever see the
I
footage?
saw it once a long time ago.
Okay. Judge, I'm just going to approach with, this is slide 217.
Is it the Willow Brook? Is it 1C?
Yes, this is 1C, 217.
Are you going to put it on the screen? Or not? You can do whatever you want. If you're going to put it on the screen, I was just going to ask if there was an objection.
Just want to see if he recognizes it first, the photo, if he's there.
Okay, go ahead.
Just drawing your attention to the top photo.
Yes.
You recognize that?
From the inside of the garage at 15 Willow Brook.
Okay. Was this photo significant in the investigation?
Yes.
Okay, well, let me clarify that. Did it capture something that was significant?
We captured what we believe was a person outside the residence prior to the incident occurring.
Okay, when you say prior to the incident occurring, do you mean the early hours of November 20th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a time depicted in this photo?
Timestamp on the picture is 2:36 and 02 seconds on 11/20 of 18.
Okay, thank you.
And that's slide number?
This is 217.
217. Okay, thank you.
Judge, this is going to be with the state's consent, 217 and 218.
Okay, go ahead. No objection, right?
No, Judge.
Okay. Detective, showing you what is 217 on the top, and then S1C slide 218 on the bottom. We just looked at, you and I just looked at the top slide, correct?
Yes.
Appearing to show a human figure walking by that garage door at 2:36 in the morning, right?
Yes.
Below that, we have a daytime photo of that same garage door, correct?
Yes.
And we can see that in that lower photo, that's 218, there are what appear to be frosted panes of the door, right?
Yes.
And there's kind of a metal support structure to the door, right?
Yes.
Now, we see the figure in 217 walking by, and we can see that figure relative to that metal structure on the door, right?
Yes.
Did you make any effort to measure the height of that door?
I did not.
Okay. Did you take any effort to measure, for example, how high it is from the upper half of the metal support structure to the ground?
I did not.
I'm going to remove this slide. So, no measurements were taken by yourself then?
Correct.
As I understand it, that would be useful in determining the height of the person in that photo?
I did not forensically process the scene, so I did not take any measurements.
Okay. You mentioned a person during your direct testimony, this is going back to last week now, okay? You mentioned a person who contacted 911 to report hearing shots early in the morning on November 20th, right?
Yes.
And you said that that person lived about 2 to 3 miles away from 15 Willow Brook Road, right?
Yes.
And you told us that, well, you gave us their last name, right?
Yes.
And you determined this information because you said as part of your job you would daily monitor calls that came in, right?
Yes.
And so you actually found out about this because it's one of the calls that came in the night before, right?
Yes.
Now, you found out about it also and you listened to the call, right?
At some point, yes.
Okay. And this call became part of what's known as a CAD report, right?
Yes.
Would you tell us what a CAD is?
It's a computer-aided dispatch record that's created when the 911 call comes in or any call for service comes in.
When this call came in on the morning of November 20th regarding shots fired, a CAD was created, right?
Yes.
And the CAD would have listed when the call was placed to the police, right?
Yes.
And it would have listed when the caller identified hearing the information about which he was calling, right?
Yes.
And it would have given a brief description of why the caller was calling, right?
Yes.
And the CAD in this case for that call describes all those things we just talked about, right?
I believe it did, yes.
Okay. Do you remember when the call from this caller came in? Okay. Do you remember when they reported hearing the shots?
No.
If I were to show you the CAD report, would that help you to remember?
I would be able to identify those times, yes.
This is D109. Do you recognize that?
It says it's a CAD master table report.
Okay.
This is not the report that I would typically review as part of my day. My report looks different than that.
Okay. Well, is this a CAD printout?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a CAD printout about the call that came in for the shots fired?
Yes.
Is it from the relevant period of time?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you had testified before, meaning last week, that the caller who called had called in from River's Edge and Laird Road.
Yes.
And is that where this caller called in from?
That's the address listed on this report.
Okay. So far we can see that all the information on this document is the same as the CAD that you had reviewed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does this document indicate the time that the caller called?
According to this report, it was received by telephone at 3:31 and 33 seconds.
And we see that there's a time for when reported.
3:33 and 43 seconds.
So 3:33 and 43 seconds is when this CAD list is reported.
According to this report, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Detective, this is S1 of 4. When you said you had seen a different version of this before, were you talking about this
Yes.
document?
That is the way the report would be generated at the Colts Neck Police Department.
Okay. Does it contain the same information that we just went over?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now, you obviously when you got to the scene, you are the person who placed the traffic cone in the patio area?
Yes.
And you did that because you saw that there was a live round on the ground of the patio area, right?
Yes.
That was, when we're thinking about the property and we're looking, let's say we're looking at the front of the property, 15 Willow Brook. If we're looking at the front of the property, to our right, on the side of the property would be where the patio area is, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That was also the side of the property where spent shell casings were found as part of this investigation, correct?
Yes.
And it was also the side of the property where Keith Caneiro's body was located, right?
Yes.
And it's also the side of the property that the primary bedroom of the house was located on, correct?
I don't know that for sure.
Okay. Did you look at any architectural plans for the home?
No.
And did you do a walkthrough of the home?
Yes.
And you went to the second floor of the home?
Yes.
And you looked in the bedrooms of the home?
Yes.
And you knew that on the second floor there was a balcony?
Yes.
And there was a balcony that you could get to from the second floor by going through a set of sliding glass doors?
Yes.
And you knew that if you went out on that balcony and looked to your right, you'd be looking at the side of the house where the unfired bullet was found, right?
Yes.
And you'd be looking at the side of the house where the shell casings were found?
Yes.
And those doors that you would have come out of to get onto the balcony would lead you into the primary bedroom of the house, right?
Okay, yes.
Okay, so when I'm saying that the primary bedroom is on the same side of the house that the shell casings were found, that's why I'm saying that. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. So that evening, we know that a person called 911 about shots fired around 3:31 in the morning, right?
Yes.
And that person, we know, was 2 to 3 miles away.
Yes.
We have no record of 911 call being made by anyone from 15 Willow Brook, right?
Correct.
Numerous electronics were taken from the home. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And that would include computers, right? It would include cell phones as well.
Yes.
It would include surveillance systems.
Yes.
Jennifer Caneiro, was her phone ever taken from the residence?
Do not recall.
You don't know?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know, so you don't know if her phone was ever collected?
I don't recall.
Do you know if her cell phone records were ever obtained?
I do not know.
you know that you weren't the only detective to go to the second floor of the home, right?
Yes.
There were numerous people from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office who also went to the second floor of the home, right?
Yes.
And they were doing an investigation to look for anything of evidentiary value, right?
Yes.
And on the first floor of the home, there was an extensive search of the areas of the kitchen, the foyer, and the stairs, right?
Yes.
And debris from the fire was taken from inside the house and brought out and inspected, sifted through outside in the yard, right?
Yes.
And the sifting and going through that, all that was for the purpose of finding anything that could be of evidentiary value, right?
Yes.
But we don't know, with all that searching, whether Jennifer Caneiro's phone was ever found.
Objection, asked and answered.
He said he doesn't know. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
I'll ask a different way.
Okay.
Phone, it just as part of a normal investigation, right? Obtaining phone records can be an important step in the investigation, right?
Yes.
Phone records can tell us who a person is in contact with, right?
Yes.
It can tell us, potentially, where a person was when they made or received a phone call.
Yes.
And you know that phone records were obtained in this case, right?
I believe they were, yes.
Okay. Specifically, your report does indicate that phone records were obtained for Keith Caneiro.
Okay. Yes, if it's in the report, then I wrote.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, do you want to see it, or do you?
I could look at the report. It was 7 years ago for me.
I'd be happy to show it to you.
I believe somewhere in the report it says that multiple warrants and affidavits were done as well.
Detective, this is S-100. Whenever, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. Does that document include the report you wrote in this case?
Yes.
And do we see that report starting on page 17 of this document?
Page 18 of 55, yes.
Okay. And that's where your report begins, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to just direct your attention to page 46. And to the third full paragraph. You want to read that to yourself?
Okay.
Okay. So we do know that phone records were obtained in this case, right?
Yes.
And they were obtained for, in particular, Keith Caneiro, right?
Yes.
And another thing that phone records do is potentially show us where a phone has traveled to, right?
Yes.
Because when a person receives a call or a text, it comes to them from a cell tower, right?
Yes.
And that cell tower has a certain geographic range that it can reach to, right?
Yes.
So I know if I have phone records showing me that a person, or I shouldn't say a person, but showing me that a person's phone bounced off of a certain cell tower, I would know that phone was in the geographic range of that tower, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you are conducting an investigation and you cannot locate, let's say, a person's phone, you might be able to use phone records to see where that phone traveled to, right?
Yes.
Okay. But your testimony is you don't remember if phone records were requested for Jennifer Caneiro's phone.
I do not recall.
Okay. The property, you had mentioned during your direct thing that the property was cleared by law enforcement and turned back over to the appropriate people, right?
Yes.
And so basically that's an indication that at some point in here, police and fire had concluded what they needed to do on the property. They could release it to whoever, either the homeowner or somebody else, right?
Yes.
And in this particular case, there was an insurance company involved.
Yes.
And that insurance company was involved with securing the property, right?
Yes.
And that insurance company was AIG.
I believe so.
And AIG was involved because they were actually the insurers of the home, 15 Willow Brook, right?
I believe so.
AIG conducted an evaluation of what items were within the property, right?
Okay. I guess.
Sir, if you don't know, you say I don't know. Don't say okay, because then we don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know the answer to what AIG did at the property.
Okay. Did you ever speak with any representatives from AIG about what they did at the property?
I personally did not.
You were, just so we're clear, and let me ask you this question first, actually. When you say you personally did not, does that mean somebody else in law enforcement did speak with them and told you about it?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. So you don't know if, so you didn't speak with them, but you also don't know if anybody from law enforcement ever did?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were the lead detective for Colts Neck on this case, right?
Yes.
And what does it mean to be the lead detective?
I don't understand the question.
Well, so the words you've used are lead detective. So it's detective who's leading the investigation.
Yes.
Okay. And what does it mean to lead an investigation?
Determine what needs to get done at the scene, who to interview and other parts of the investigation. But while I was the lead detective for Colts Neck, I had a partner from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, and we were co-investigating this case.
Indicating, I suppose, that some of these things that you're not sure if they were done or not could have been done by the person co-leading the investigation.
Yes.
But you don't know if they were.
I don't recall. It's been some time.
Okay. Just so the jury's aware, the person you're talking about who was co-leading the investigation, that's Detective Petrozello.
Correct.
Okay. So you're saying, since you don't remember whether these things happened, we should ask Detective Petrozello, right?
Objection.
I'm not sure that this is a proper question. I mean, you're asking him if you should ask somebody else? Is that what your question is?
I'm saying if he doesn't have the information, is he implying that the other detective does?
I don't know. That's a proper question. If you can answer it, go ahead.
I don't know the answer to that.
You mentioned in your report the idea of creating a timeline of events for what happened in this case.
Yes.
A timeline would establish what items of significance happened when, right? A timeline gives us an order for a series of events, right?
Yes.
And a timeline is an important investigative tool. Is that fair?
Yes.
You mention in your report that I think the timeline would include not only events that took place on the 15 Willow Brook property, but events that show when people of interest came onto the property and left the property, right?
Yes.
And when they might have been driving down the road away from the property, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you put in your timeline is that a vehicle of interest in this case is seen driving away from the property at 3:45 in the morning.
Yes.
You've also, I think, would agree that it would be important to put in the timeline when events like the cutting of power to the home took place, right?
Yes.
There was the de-energizing of the home, and then there was also perhaps some manipulation that happened with the generator, right?
Yes.
And there was also a Verizon Fios line to the house that was cut, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you document the times that it was believed that those items took place?
They might be in the report, I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know if they are or are not?
I don't recall.
Okay. I think you'd agree that those are significant, right?
Yes.
They're a significant part of this investigation?
Yes.
So if you knew them specifically, you would place them in the report?
Yes.
You also learned through the course of this investigation that the surveillance systems at 15 Willow Brook, at least primarily, were cloud-based.
Yes.
That there had previously been hardwired systems on the property, but they were switched to cloud systems because there were issues with the hardwired systems.
Yes.
Do you know what the issues with the hardwired systems were? No. You just know there were issues that led them to move to the cloud, right?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that you noticed when you came onto the property, as far as surveillance, was that there was a Nest doorbell camera.
Yes.
And that camera is in the front part of the house, right? It's not at the front door, but it's at that side service entrance next to the garage, right?
Yes.
And that's a doorbell camera that captures some area in the front driveway area of the house, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you aware that that was, or do you know if that was a motion-activated camera?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you ever review footage from that camera?
I don't recall.
Do you know if footage from that camera was ever sought out or obtained by law enforcement?
Possibly, I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. Thank you. This is previously published. Judge, this is previously published, D1-1.
Go ahead.
Showing you what's been previously published, Detective, as D1-1. Do you recognize that as the front of 15 Willowbrook?
Yes.
And do you see in the upper right-hand corner of the photo it says Nest?
Yes.
Indicating that this is taken by the Nest camera?
Yes.
This is the area, looking from the vantage point of this camera, this is the area where you saw the Ring doorbell?
The video doorbell, yes.
The video doorbell, I'm sorry. So this would appear to you, this item as marked D1-1 would appear to be video from that video doorbell. A still shot of video from that doorbell, right?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned taking a number of statements from people in the case, right? And you participated in statements involving Tiffany Rivera, right?
Yes.
And Steve Weinstein?
Yes.
And Ron Ortigas?
Yes.
And Detective Bassender also participated in all those interviews?
Some of them, yes.
And she actually was involved in this case because she was involved in financial crimes.
Yes.
And you were looking at this case in terms of how finances potentially played a part in it, right?
Yes.
And specifically, you were looking at things that could go to motivation for the crimes, right?
Yes.
And obviously, when you were conducting these interviews with Steve Weinstein and Ron Artigas and Tiffany Rivera, that idea of motive is something that you were interested in exploring, right?
Yes.
Tiffany also was going to be an important person to talk to because she, as far as you understood, knew both Keith and Paul, right?
Yes.
And knew them in terms of their business relationship, right?
Yes.
You went to 705 Cookman Avenue in Asbury Park, right?
Yes.
That was the location of their business?
Yes.
Tiffany also worked there, right?
Yes.
You knew that when you went to the location?
Yes.
In fact, you went there hoping that you would speak to her at that location,
Yes.
but she wasn't there.
Yes.
So you talked to her later that day.
Yes.
And your report indicates that you talked to her fairly extensively that day, right?
Yes.
And you recount that, you don't need to tell me what was said, but your report recounts what took place during that conversation, right?
Yes.
And it's about over a page and a half of your single-spaced report goes to recounting that conversation with Tiffany.
Yes.
You also mentioned that Detective Bassender was on scene at 15 Willow Brook, right?
No, I don't remember seeing her that day.
I'm sorry, when you testified earlier today, I thought you said that on November 21st, when you were at 15 Willow Brook, Detective Bassender was there.
I don't recall.
Did I mishear you?
I don't recall saying that she was there that day.
Okay. All right. Well, and maybe I'm mistaken, but obviously she was present when you went to speak with Tiffany Rivera, right?
I believe she was present during one of the interviews at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
And she was present during the interview with Steve Weinstein.
I believe so, yes.
Do you want to see your report?
I'm okay right now. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. So your memory is she was present for that?
Yes.
Okay. And she was present for the interview with Ron Artigas?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, like Tiffany Rivera, you're meeting with these people so you can get background on financial information that could be relevant to your investigation, right?
Yes.
You are aware that, and I think you testified last week, that when you first got to the property at 15 Willow Brook, you obviously didn't know who was still inside the house, right?
Correct.
And there was a point in time where you thought that the babysitter could still be inside the house.
Correct.
But over the course of that day, you learned that that person is not in the house, right?
Correct.
You also learned that person's name.
At some point, yes.
Okay. And that person's name was Claudia Tamayo.
Yes, so yes.
Do you want me to show you? If I were to show you your report, would that help you refresh
Yes.
your recollection? Okay.
This is for Claudia's name, you're saying?
Yeah, just for her last name.
Do you have any reason to disagree with what you're being asked as what her last name was?
No, Your Honor, if it's in that report, that was the name that was provided to me.
Okay. I'm going to save you the step.
Okay.
That's the name.
Okay. So this was Claudia Tamayo. Okay. Claudia is identified through this investigation as the babysitter of Keith and Jennifer's children, right?
Yes.
And actually, law enforcement officers take a statement from her, right?
Yes.
And now, law enforcement wanted to speak with her because she was at that house very often, right?
Yes.
And knew who would come over to the house to visit the people she babysat for, right?
Yes.
And she knew who came and went from the house, right?
Object to the speculation of what she did.
One of the reasons you would want to speak to her is because you believe that she may have information of that nature, right?
Yes.
So, you also found out, let me start this way. The person who you identified in the CAD report that we talked about, who called 911 about the shots,
Yes.
that's the only person who called 911.
That called 911, yes.
And you answered that way because you learned through the investigation that other people heard something they believed to be gunshots that night, right?
Yes.
But those people, as far as you understand, did not call the police.
Correct.
And they may have given various explanations for why they didn't, but in the end, they didn't call the police, right?
Correct.
Okay. Colts Neck is a rural town in New Jersey, right?
Yes.
There are a lot of farms there.
Yes.
There are a lot of livestock there.
Yes.
People, there's hunting that takes place, right?
Yes.
Do people hunt are you allowed to hunt at night in Colts Neck? Or, let me clarify, were you allowed to hunt at night in November of 2018?
No, I don't believe it's legal to hunt during those hours.
You spoke with Corey Caneiro on more than one occasion as far as this investigation, right?
Yes.
One time you spoke with Corey Caneiro, you were in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
And you drove to Pennsylvania to meet with him there, right?
Yes.
And you did ask, before you drove all the way out there, obviously you were involved in this investigating the scene at 15 Willow Brook, right?
Yes.
And so I'm sure you didn't want to leave that investigation to drive all the way out to Pennsylvania unless you had to, right?
Yes.
It would have been obviously more convenient for your investigation if Corey Caneiro had come to you, right?
Yes.
But that you determined was not going to be possible, right?
Correct.
And if you wanted to talk to him that night, you would need to drive to Pennsylvania.
Yes.
And that was because Corey had a medical condition that prevented him from driving at night?
That was what was told to Detective Petrozello and I, yes.
Told to Detective Petrozello by Corey?
Yes.
after speaking with Corey in Pennsylvania, you then, several days later, take a formal statement from him?
Next day.
The next day, I'm sorry. Take a formal statement.
Yes.
At the conclusion of that statement, do you continue to investigate this case in terms of obtaining any further documents for Corey Caneiro?
I don't recall if we asked him for any additional documents.
Okay. Did you subpoena any documents pertaining to Corey Caneiro?
I did not know.
Did you contact any companies, phone companies, banks, things of that nature about obtaining any records for Corey Caneiro?
I did not know.
You said during your direct that on one of your returns to the 15 Willow Brook property, you saw forensic personnel from the prosecutor's office sifting through dirt in the ground, right?
Yes.
And they were specifically looking for ballistic evidence?
That and any evidence that would be there.
Okay. And your understanding is that they dug in the dirt and found some additional ballistic evidence, is that right?
Yes.
And that was located in the ground underneath of where Keith Caneiro was found lying, right?
Yes.
And that was included in what was found there was a shell casing, right?
I believe so, yes.
When you say you believe so, do you...
There was ballistic evidence recovered. I don't remember exactly what it was.
Your report would indicate what it was, right?
Yes.
I'm showing you S100 again. Your report, this is page 33 of 55. Just referring you to the second full paragraph on the bottom.
From the bottom?
Yeah. Second full paragraph.
This one here, you'll refer to.
Yes.
The DNA part of it? You're pointing to this?
Yeah, I'm
part?
sorry, I'm pointing you there, I'm sorry.
There were projectiles found during the forensic investigation.
Okay. So underneath of Keith was a does it say that it was additional casings that were located?
They advised that additional casings were located, including inside the house and in the ground where Keith was located.
Okay. So in that section of dirt where the forensics team was digging, they did locate a shell casing?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. As part of this investigation, did you ever have conversations with law enforcement officers about whether certain items of personal property were missing from the house at 15 Willow Brook?
I don't recall that. I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know if you ever had contact with any companies about potentially items missing from that location?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know, you don't remember doing it yourself, do you know if anybody in the investigation did?
I can't answer to what others did, no.
Okay. Well, if you were aware, but you're not.
I'm not aware.
Okay. Going back to the Ring doorbell, or the doorbell camera on the side entrance of the house.
Okay.
After you noticed it, what efforts did you make to secure any potential footage from that device?
I did not. I believe that came up during the investigative meeting to obtain any surveillance that was available.
Let me understand that answer. You believe it came up during the investigative meeting?
I personally did not acquire any of the video from the location. There were other detectives obtaining information, search warrants, affidavits, whatnot, for various records as needed.
Okay. So you did not send out any requests for information related to that camera? Or any camera?
No.
Okay. Your understanding, though, to go back to what we were talking about before with the cameras in the house, your understanding, though, was that that was a cloud-based camera system?
At some point, yes.
Well, when we say at some point, what I mean is that was a cloud-based camera system as of November 20th of 2018.
Yes.
So, just so everybody here is clear, when we say cloud-based, what do we mean by that?
Storage of the images on the premise.
So, when the device records, the data from the recording goes somewhere other than the physical location of the property.
My understanding, yes.
Okay. At the law enforcement meeting, did it come up to discuss the property we saw in the photo with the long driveway next to 15 Willow Brook?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you recall whether anybody discussed going to that property, going to the structure to see if it was occupied or unoccupied?
I do not recall that.
Do you know if somebody actually did go to that structure to see if it was occupied or unoccupied?
Objection.
This has been asked and answered.
In the second statement that, or in the statements that you took from Corey, he provided you with certain email communications, right?
Yes.
And without going into what they were communications between Keith and Paul.
I believe they were, yes.
After you approved charges on November 29th of 2018, you stayed involved with this case, right?
Yes.
And that would mean continuing to go to briefings on the case?
If we had any, yes.
Okay. It would mean speaking with other law enforcement officers about the case?
Yes.
It would mean staying informed about what was happening with the investigation?
Yes.
It would mean being apprised of whether there were any new developments with witnesses, right?
Yes.
Being apprised of any new developments about evidence in the case?
Yes.
And on January 4th of 2019, you had a meeting with Detective Bassender and Detective Petrozello?
Yes.
Did you learn over the course of this that there was a trust, that like the financial instrument, a trust that was potentially significant in this case?
Yes.
And did you learn that that trust included as potential beneficiaries not just Paul but also Corey?
Yes.
And did you learn that as far as being potential beneficiaries, both Paul and Corey were 50-50 beneficiaries in that trust?
Yes.
Meaning that they stood to benefit equally, right?
Yes.
And after learning that, in being updated in this investigation, did you take, at that point, any efforts to additionally investigate Corey?
No.
At that point, did you take any efforts to additionally get any records pertaining to Corey?
No.
At that point, did you take any steps additionally to contact any companies or organizations about Corey?
No.
Or his records?
No.
This was obviously an extremely traumatic event that took place, that scene at 15 Willow Brook, right?
Yes.
And something that was totally unexpected for the entire Colts Neck community, right?
Yes.
And something that certainly deeply impacted the Colts Neck community in its aftermath, right?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Redirect.
Detective, this is just a little thing, but you were asked about gathering some personal pedigree information from the defendant at the time of the charges. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I believe the weight that was given was 230.
Yes.
Did you weigh him?
No.
So you're going by what he's telling you, right?
Correct.
Now, the crime scene log, can you just explain a little bit, and maybe I should have asked you this, but how does that work at the crime scene? Like, who establishes it?
An officer is typically designated to be the keeper of the log. He'll identify everybody that's coming into the location, what agency they're from, when they get there, when they leave.
Now, you observed that crime scene log?
Yes, it was shown.
Okay. And Officer Mazzicola, was he the first one on scene?
He was.
Okay. The crime scene log, do you recall that it indicated 1,300 hours?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Why would it say that if he was there a little bit before that?
That was the time that the log was established.
Okay, so the log itself was established at 1,300 or 1 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked some questions about the first time that you met with Corey Caneiro in Bethlehem. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you, Detective, was Corey difficult to get in touch with that night?
No.
Did he speak to you or your partner as soon as you called him?
Spoke with Detective Petrozello.
Okay, and did he agree to meet you that night?
Yes.
Okay, and was he in fact cooperative?
Yes.
And he agreed to meet with you again to provide a formal statement?
Yes.
And he actually met with you again the next day and provided a formal statement, is that right?
Yes.
And by the way, did you notice any injuries on Corey Caneiro that night?
No.
Corey, you'd indicated this on cross-examination that he had an eye condition, I believe you said, that prevented him from driving?
Yes.
You were asked about that. Do you recall that?
Not verbatim, but he did have something that would not allow him to drive at night.
Okay. Corey was actually at his in-laws' house with his children that night, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Check.
Already answered.
Well,
Did you meet the children that night?
Not the children, no.
You just met him?
Yes, sir.
All right, I sustain the objection. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, as I pointed out to you before, you erased the fact that you heard about the children.
Now, Corey provided you with certain information as it came up on cross-examination regarding emails. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and those emails were between Keith Caneiro and the defendant. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did he come into headquarters waving those emails around?
No.
Did Corey essentially provide information to you as you were asking it to him?
Yes.
Detective, there was a lot of talk about the fact that you didn't subpoena any records for Corey Caneiro for any sort of financial records or anything like that, right?
Yes.
To your knowledge, was Corey Caneiro involved with the businesses of Keith and Paul?
No.
To your knowledge, was Corey Caneiro the trustee on the trust document?
Not at that time, no.
To your knowledge, was Corey Caneiro taking money from the trust on a routine basis?
No.
Was there any physical evidence connecting Corey Caneiro to either of the crime scenes?
No.
Yes. I have nothing further.
Any recross?
Just two questions. When you say there was no physical evidence connecting Corey to the crime scenes, that would include, I guess, physical evidence like DNA, right?
Yes.
But if no one ever got Corey's DNA, it'd be impossible to answer that question, wouldn't it?
DNA was collected and matched.
I'm asking you, did you collect any, are you aware if DNA was collected from Corey Caneiro?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And without that, could we match Corey's DNA to anything on a crime scene?
No.
No. And injury on Corey, when you met with him in Pennsylvania, you were asked about just now? When you met with Corey, did you ask him to take his shirt off?
No.
You ask him to remove his pants?
No.
You tell him you want to take pictures of his body?
No.
Did you photo document his body in any way?
No.
Anything? Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, Detective, you can step down. State, you can call your next witness.
Just have a moment to go outside.
Yes.
Thank you.
How's everyone doing? Anyone need a bathroom break? Okay. All right. Let's go into the jury room. We'll give you 5 minutes, just real fast. Anyone that needs one, real quick, and then we're gonna come back out. I'm gonna give you your lunch break pretty quickly, but I just want to make sure everyone was comfortable before we started. Everybody can be seated, thank you. Prosecutor, call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Tyler Badaracco.
Oh, sorry, just watch your step. Once you get up next to the witness stand, you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Once you're comfortable and seated, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Tyler Badaracco, Badaracco.
Thank you. Prosecutor?
Thank you. Sir, can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm an operations manager for an electrical contracting business.
Are you actually an electrician?
I've grown up in the trade.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you some questions about your role in a certain fire company. Are you a member of volunteer fire company?
Yes, sir.
And where?
Colts Neck.
Okay, and approximately how long have you been a member of that fire company?
Roughly 19 years.
Just going to ask you to keep your voice up a little bit just so everyone can hear you. Okay. So you said about 19 years?
Yes.
Okay. I want to draw you back to November 20th of 2018. Do you remember that time frame?
Yes.
And what was your role in the fire company back then?
I was the chief of the department.
Okay. Now, specifically, I want to refer to the early afternoon of November 20th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Do you remember if you received a call regarding a fire in Colts Neck?
Yes, I did.
Do you know where you were at the time you received that call?
I was at work on a project in the Meadowlands.
The Meadowlands up north?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as a result of that, did you do anything?
I got my stuff together and headed down to the fire.
Okay. So when you say the fire, do you recall the address?
15 Willow Brook.
Okay. Now, do you recall approximately what time you arrived at the scene there?
It was between 1:45 and 2 o'clock.
Do you recall whether or not you went to the firehouse first or to the residence?
I went to the firehouse first to get my chief's vehicle, and then I headed to the fire.
Okay. And upon arrival at 15 Willow Brook, can you just tell us generally what you observed?
There was still heavy smoke and an active fire ongoing. There was a lot of agencies on scene, police, fire, EMS. Their fire operations was well underway at that time.
Okay. Now, just for purposes of some clarification, I just want to show you I want to show you some photos from S1E in 15 Willow Brook. Is it okay if Andy, Monica, is it okay if I publish some photos from? Okay. Can we have the back table, please? Thank you. And again, this is S1E. I'm going to ask if you can put up slide 3, please. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
Yes, that's the front of the residence at 15 Willow Brook.
Okay. Now, is that a fair depiction of what the scene looked like upon your arrival that day?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as like where the fire was worse, would it be in the front or the back of the house visually?
Visually, it would be towards the front left side, called the AB corner.
Okay, you say AB, so we talk about AB in the front of the house, B being going around clockwise?
Right.
So the B side would that be the east side of the residence?
Yes.
Okay. Could I have slide 12, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what does that show?
That's also the front of the house in that AB corner with heavy fire blowing out of the windows.
Can I just have slide 11, please, as well? Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, that's the east side, the B side of the residence, and also showing part of the back that heavy fire showing.
Okay. The area just, there's a firefighter in that photo, correct?
Yes.
And is that you or someone else?
That's one of our guys.
Okay, but it's not you?
No.
Now, just underneath where the water's being shot, is that the entrance to the basement?
Yes.
Now, your guys, as you said, members of the Colts Neck Fire Department, do you recall approximately how many of your guys were there that day?
On the initial, we had 7 guys from our department there.
Were there more that came later?
Yes.
Now, during the course of operations like this, do people need to get breaks and things like that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as far as upon your arrival, were you briefed by anyone at the scene, like a commander or anything like that?
Yes. The ex-chief at the time, Mike Burke, he had the scene. He was the incident commander with the help of one of the Naval Weapons Station Earl Chiefs. When I got there, I had a briefing with him, did a 360 on the house, and we went from there.
Okay. Now, where, if you know, were the guys from your department upon your arrival?
The guys from my department were in this side of the house, on the east side, and as well as the front side of the residence.
Could I just also have slide 9, please? S1E. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
It's the rear of the residence.
Okay, does that accurately depict observations that you made upon arrival that day?
Yes.
Okay. So you said your guys are in the basement, is that accurate?
Correct.
Now, I just want to ask you, what was your role once you got there as the fire chief?
Managing fire suppression.
Okay, and how do you manage fire suppression? Could you tell us about that?
Incident command. There was multiple chiefs and multiple other township agencies that were there assisting in fire suppression. So staffing, resources, staging.
Things like deciding like who needs a break and how do we get more guys to replace them and things like that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, obviously, at some point that day, you're ultimately going to leave the scene, correct? Is that
You have to say yes or no.
We're just recording, just need to be clear. So at some point you did, based upon the status of the fire?
Yes. Later on that evening, I left for some time.
Was that because the fire was, under control or out or something else?
Fire was out. Overhaul was complete. We remained on scene to monitor any hot spots or any flare-ups for that location. So we left the crew on scene overnight.
Okay. When you first arrived that day, as the fire chief, and this is your town, obviously, correct?
Correct.
Do you ask about utilities when you get there?
Yes.
And when we talk about utilities, what are you asking about?
To know the status of the gas and electric into the residence, mainly to make sure that with guys operating on the interior that there aren't any other potential issues with them operating inside with electrocution or additional flame.
Okay, without telling us specifically what people told you, did you learn whether or not the gas had been shut off?
At that time, I don't recall getting brought up to date on the gas.
Okay, what about the electric?
The electric, yes.
Did you specifically ask how the electric was turned off?
We were told when I was there, the Jersey Central representative came up to the command post and said that he disabled the electric at the street.
Now, had you been to fires and other situations where JCP&L or whoever turns the electric off at the street?
Yes.
So it's not the first time you've encountered that, correct?
Correct.
Is there another way to shut it off?
Yes, the meter on the side of the house can be removed, and that'll turn the power off into the house, and it'll just be live back to the street.
Okay. And again, I think you, upon arrival, learned that they did it the street way, right?
Correct.
And in your experience, is there any reason to do it that way?
There's a few different reasons. If that area where the meter is located is compromised, or if it's easier for the utility just to pull up the cutouts at the street for access or whatever.
So, you indicated previously that at some point you leave 15 Willow Brook because the fire's out, but you're going to leave a crew overnight, correct?
Correct.
Now, before you left the scene, what, if anything, did you do?
Before we left the scene, myself and some of the other chiefs, along with the representative from the fire marshals, we did a 360 on the house. We just wanted to make sure that everything was safe for leaving a crew overnight. So we went for a walk.
Okay. What, if any, observations do you make when you go for the walk around the property?
At that time, we left the command post. We headed west towards the D side of the building. Our main objective was to make sure that utilities were disabled for safety precautions. At that time, we found the meter pan with the cover off and the meter on the ground. Also, we checked the generator. The home had a backup generator. We wanted to make sure that that generator was in the off position. When we inspected the generator had been disabled prior. And for precaution, we disabled the breaker that fed the house, just in case something did go wrong and the generator did start, it wouldn't feed power into the house. And we also disabled the disconnect that was the feed from the solar array that was on the west side of the residence.
Okay, so you mentioned the solar array on the west side of the residence, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned the electrical panel?
The meter pan, yes.
Meter pan. And then you also mentioned the generator, correct?
Correct.
Now, starting with respect to that solar panel, and I think we've all kind of seen photos, can you tell us the condition you found it and what, if anything, you did to it, to be clear?
The solar panels were, the disconnect that fed back into the house was still in the closed position, so power could be fed that way. We opened that disconnect up to eliminate any sort of...
Okay, so you're trying to eliminate any ability of that solar panel to feed the house?
Correct.
Now, had that solar panel been feeding the house prior to going around and looking at it? Like,
yes.
Okay. Now, as far as storage goes, did you make any determinations regarding the solar panel and storage or anything like that?
Did not.
Okay. Now, respect to the meter, I wanted to just, if I could show you what S1E, I'm going to show you quickly slide 20. You recognize what's depicted in that photo?
Yes.
And what's that generally?
That is the east side or the D side of the residence behind the garage.
Okay. And then I'm just going to show you slide 22, the same. Recognize that?
Yes.
What do you see there?
That is the meter pan that feeds the house.
Okay. And was that the condition that you first saw it on November 20th, 2018?
Correct.
And then can I have slide 23, please? This is S1E still. And do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Is that just a little closer up picture?
Yes.
And do you see anything on the ground there?
The cover to the meter pan.
And then also S1, I'm sorry.
And also the meter in the shrubs.
Okay. I'm going to show you slide 24 of S1E. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
That is the meter to the house.
Okay. Now, were you made aware of anyone that had contact with that meter panel prior to your inspection of it?
We discussed it with the incident command team. Nobody was instructed to remove that meter or do anything with the power. Jersey Central was called to disconnect the power from the house. That's where we stopped.
Now, fair to say, as fire chief and as a firefighter, have you been to many fire scenes?
Yes.
And have you paid attention to electric at those fire scenes in the past?
Yes.
Now, is it normal to find the meter on the ground?
No.
Is it normal to encounter a meter that doesn't have that door on it?
No.
Would your firefighters ever, under your command, take the door off and leave it on the ground?
Just kidding. Just speculating.
If you know.
they would ever judge. In this case, they didn't.
If you know, have you ever had a situation where someone took the actual door off the meter in one of your fire investigations?
Not in my 19 years of doing this.
Okay.
Now, I want to direct your attention, I think you went next to the generator, correct?
Correct.
And could I have slide 26, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Now, does that fairly and accurately depict the generator that you located or made observations of at Keith Caneiro's house on November 20th?
Yes.
Now, those two front doors that we're looking at, what are we looking at there?
Those are the compartment doors to the engine for the generator.
See, I'm going to show you a few photos from S1C, 15 Willow Brook.
Mr. Decker, I'm going to cut you now, just for lunchtime, and then we'll start back up.
Okay.
I want to give the jurors enough time to go downstairs. So it's lunchtime. Don't discuss this case, don't do any research. I'll bring you back up at about 1:35 or so. Actually 1:40, because I need to talk to the attorneys about one thing. So you guys will be taken downstairs, and we'll have you back in your seats at 1:40. Thank you.